Here, I guess, huh?
I think so.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6 PM. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
I will. Tim Hale, are you on the phone?
Here.
Stephanie Nowers. Here. Dee McKee. Yep. Maxwell Sumner.
Present.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there any items that the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing there, or is there any other changes in the agenda? Oh, hearing none, then the agenda is approved. If you all stand, and Madam Clerk, would you lead us in the pledge?
Bill? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next portion of our agenda is the minutes of preceding meetings. We have an Assembly Managers Evaluation meeting on May 20th, 25. Assembly Regular Meeting minutes on May 2025. Assembly Attorney Evaluation meeting minutes on 6/6/25. Assembly Regular Meeting minutes on it's supposed to be 6/3, my apologies, 6/3/25. Are there any changes to the minutes as they were presented? Okay, seeing and hearing none, and the minutes are approved as presented. We do have some reports for some agency reports. I don't see anybody from any of the cities. Let's see, I don't. Anybody from the school district? Don't see anybody from the state. And it's my understanding that there has not been a joint school board and assembly committee meeting. Does any of the assembly have any public relations reports? Okay. And Mr. Brown, do you have a report for us, sir?
Do, Madam Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you. All right. So I think the clerk has a short 2-page update to bring up. There are hard copies of a flyer in the back. I'm going to touch on the fuel excise tax again here real quick, just to reiterate a couple of points that have already been put on the record. And then I wanted to offer a chart or an evaluation and analysis to try to illustrate the challenges with future debt and debt management. So very quick. I'll pause for a second. In the flyer I'm referring to, I'll hold up, you'll see a chart at the bottom. That's the one-pager that I believe is available, and the Assembly has hard copies of that in your red folder as well. Oh, there we go. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. So real quick, I'm just going to highlight a couple of talking points. I'm not going to read all of these to folks. Obviously, you can see that for yourself. But I wanted to reemphasize, I think when I brought this topic up a couple of weeks ago, I want to be clear that the borough's currently in a very good financial position. I don't want folks to read this in any other way. That has been affirmed by recent AA+ bond ratings from two rating agencies that occurred earlier this year. So this is a very recent update and evaluation. This conversation about a fuel excise tax is really about the future. And it's really about establishing a pay-as-you-go mechanism as opposed to selling bonds or accruing debt in the future for road improvements. The new revenue is intended for capital improvements, not to fund or grow government. And the tax does not apply to aviation, marine, or home heating fuels. The other key component to this proposal is that unlike property taxes, which burden only residents and landowners, an excise tax captures revenue from all road users, including tourists and visitors. And I think that's one thing we see pretty frequently in terms of how do we spread the base of that, especially when those impacts are felt primarily by property taxpayers. So next slide, please. And the next page just highlights a chart. So last time I provided a chart of our debt, and it's helpful in just terms of seeing the volume of the debt over time. What this intends to do, and I'll orient it to you quickly, is to look 10 years out and project what debt obligations could be. So what's at the bottom left there in yellow is the debt that we attribute to state participation. So primarily that is school bond debt reimbursement. So that's money the borough would be responsible for paying out, but in the past, the state has historically reimbursed the borough for that. So you'll see that black bar above that. What's in the orange there is what's the borough's contribution for that debt. So you can see it's about a 1 mil equivalent as of FY 2026. Now, as you walk that out, the blue hashed area is projected debt. So I had to come up with a couple of assumptions. I came up with 3 $30 million road packages and 2 $50 million school packages and said if we laid that out over time, over the next 10 years, if those packages were to occur at years 3, 6, and 9 for roads and years 5 and 12 for schools, this is what that debt service payment would look like and how it would accrue on top of what we already have. And as you can see, the state participation is eroding away literally to zero. And so follow the black vertical bars and you'll see that as you lay that out over time, the millage equivalent for annual debt service goes from about what is about 12% of the overall area-wide mill rate today to potentially as high as almost 1/3 of our annual outlay. I think that's going to be particularly restraining if we end up in a situation like that in the future. And I think it's safe to say, based on what we're seeing with state, the participation for school bond debt reimbursement isn't likely to come back in the near future. And so really, if folks were to look at this and go, well, why is this happening? It's really the product of state participation is going to zero. So in the past, we would pay 30% of these school improvements and the state would pay 70%. That's now going to 100% local. And then the other piece is, in the past, we would have from the state legislature gotten support for certain road packages. That now is also zero. And that used to be on about a 50-50 match. And so basically all of that cost, that burden has shifted to the local taxpayers, and the state's no longer participating. And I think it's fair to say that's unlikely to occur in the near future. And so that's predominantly what's driving it. Plus we have needs. I mean, voters just approved 2 packages last fall in November of 2024. That was for 3 new charter schools and included a roads package. And so that's where you see that spike starting to go up in the 2030, 2031, 2032 timeframe. So that's fairly recent new debt, which means it's going to carry on for 20 years. And so the idea of the fuel tax is to figure out how to stave off some of these incurring new debt down the line and coming up with a pay-as-you-go approach as opposed to continuing to do what we're doing now, which could lead to a much different outcome annually, because it's really going to be challenging to talk about services and funding existing obligations if we continue to grow our annual debt service payments. So I just wanted to provide that as an analysis so you can kind of see why are we here. And the question I've heard from folks since this has been introduced is how will debt and how will this excise tax affect property taxes? And I guess my response to that would be in the bottom left yellow box there, which is new revenue will reduce property tax increases by distributing the financial responsibility to more than just property taxpayers. So that's the proposal that's before you. It won't be up for public hearing until July 15th. So it's still going to be on the record for the community to provide comments and whatnot over the next month. But I wanted to provide a little bit more context for why we're having this discussion and why we're looking at alternative revenue sources. So that flyer is available. Please feel free to share it with folks. It's on Granicus tonight, published electronically, so it's available for the public to take a look. And certainly if there are questions, I'll be happy to take those. But just wanted to get the information out there to inform the conversation over the next month. And I am aware there is just some discussion about a couple of amendments coming forward. And so I do expect that what will be discussed will probably be amended in some form. So that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, manager? No? Okay. Mr. Attorney, do you have a report for us, sir?
No report tonight. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Clerk's report is in your red folder with the upcoming meetings scheduled through September. And also just a reminder that I'm out of the office starting tomorrow through next Wednesday. And if you look on page 2 of your agenda under committee reports, we have the Joint Assembly School Board Committee on School Issues. Well, now we have 2 joint committees of the Borough and School Board. Does the Assembly mind if I just change that to Joint Assembly School Board Committees? And then if they have a report, either one of them can report under this item.
Okay. Any concerns? Is the clerk okay to do that? Okay. I don't see any objection here, Madam
That
Clerk.
was it, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And we're happy you're here for another year at least. And it's to you that the meetings go as well as they do. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item is citizens and other correspondence. Do we have any discussion on these reports of citizens and other correspondence? Okay, hearing none, then they are presented. Madam Clerk, IMs, please.
IM 2510, reporting the conclusion of contract per bid 25075B with Orion Construction for a final contract amount of $441,631.02 for the Wasilla Pool Drain Repairs Project. IM 25138, informing the Assembly of the request for the manager's signature on the fleet maintenance agreement between the Borough and the City of Houston for the service period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2030. IM 25142, reporting the conclusion of contract for bid number 2532B with Western Construction and Equipment in a final contract amount of $438,959 for the 2024 Talkeetna revetment and dike repair.
Are there any comments on the IMs? Okay, hearing none, then they are presented. The next item on our agenda is audience participation, and we do have a sign-up sheet, so I will call on those folks first, and then we will have time for anybody else that hasn't, as well as we'll go online to see and hear from the people that are online. Renee McAllister?
Miss McAllister, if I can also get you to turn on the green button on the microphone. Right in front of you. Yep. There you go. You got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, it's a little. Hello, everyone. My name is Renee McAllister. I'm a local journeyman beekeeper. Sorry. I'm a local journeyman beekeeper and owner of Grandma's Alaskan Honey. I am a disabled, brain injury, and domestic violence survivor, being retrained as a disadvantaged small farm-to-table agribusiness in Point McKenzie. I am in need in your help. I'm in need in your help arbitrating a situation with the Land Management Office regarding a commercial land use permit on a parcel in Point McKenzie. The Land Management Office has raised concerns I believe are misunderstandings about my operations, purpose of the land as originally agreed upon with Tracy McDaniel in May 2022, and dealing with my issues and limitations as a disabled, disadvantaged farmer. Given the urgency with the notice of quit for the commercial land use permit, which is requiring vacating the premises this Friday at 5 p.m. on June 20th. I am asking urgently to schedule a meeting to discuss my concerns and assistance in mediating with this office to pause this notice to quit while we resolve these issues. In complying with this request, I will provide all relevant documents, including notice to quit, correspondence with this office, evidence of my farming activities and contributions to the community. This information will support my case and demonstrate my commitment to compliance. It is important to me that we can reach an amicable solution that acknowledges my situation and allows me to continue producing Alaska-grown and made products without unnecessary hurdles. Your support in this matter would be invaluable, as I am eager to find solutions that work for everyone involved. I look forward to your guidance in finding a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Jackie Goforth. I want you to know that since March of 2023, when I first started speaking out about the obscenity in the library books, I have been demeaned, defamed, lied about, mocked, slandered, belittled, libeled, ridiculed, derided, scolded, made fun of, chided, admonished, castigated, shamed, called names like liar, laughingstock of the valley, reproached, vilified, reviled, slighted, remonstrated, harassed, upbraided. I can go on and on and on. And it will not stop me, because there is pornography/obscenity in the libraries, and it is being issued to children. And I proved to you last week with legal proof that there are at least 7 books that were not allowed back in libraries in the school because they are illegal to be handed to anyone under 16. I also want you to know that right now I am under a slander, libel, and defaming incident over at the Palmer City Council that happened on Tuesday, where for 21 minutes, a city councilman got to deride me and belittle me and mock me based on a statement written by the Public Works Department guy that I completely dispute. I was a witness at a meeting in February, a witness, not a participant. I was asked into the meeting by Councilmember Hudson because she was worried and leery about being in a meeting with a male. And that was based on, if you read the police report, what happened in October 9th when the former manager was removed with a $75,000 severance. And there was sexual harassment during that meeting, and there is a police report on it. So when she asked me into the meeting with her as a witness, I agreed. I did not participate in that meeting, but I want you to know that at that meeting, an agreement was made that nothing from that meeting was to leave that room. That meeting was not to be spoken of. Everything had been solved, and everybody shook hands on that, including me. And I gave my word of honor, and the word of honor from the Public Works Department was given to me and to Councilwoman Hudson that there would be no word mentioned about that meeting. And on February 28th, a memorandum was written by that Public Works Director, and it was read into the public record of Palmer on Tuesday as though it was an accurate document, which it is not. I dispute most of what is in there. That man violated trust. Now, I don't know if he does that with everyone, but he violated Council Member Hudson's trust. And I was there. I know it. I saw it. He violated my trust. And I don't know if you know what it feels like to be betrayed. But when that record was read out loud by former Council Member Best at the April 22nd meeting, I was absolutely reeling. I was floored. I was floored because I had knowledge then that who you can trust and who you can't. And I want you to know I have a sworn statement that I will now be handing to the newspaper, Matsu Sentinel, prior to going to see my attorney. Thank you.
Okay, Mary?
Good evening. My name is Mary Robinson. I am a Matsu Borough resident, and I represent myself. My faith calls me to speak truth to power. My faith calls me to speak out against injustice. My faith also calls me to make amends when I wrong someone, whether it's an honest mistake. At the June 3rd Assembly meeting, when I spoke, I said that there were several housekeeping items, and I mistakenly believed that the Library Advisory Board minutes had a typo on them, and I brought that up in addition with the other housekeeping for the Library Citizen Advisory Committee. I felt so bad that last week when I came to the Borough LCAC meeting on June 9th, which was canceled yet again for a lack of quorum, yet again, I took the time and went up to the clerk's office and apologized and said that I apologize for any confusion and that I hope I didn't make any extra work for them. Very nicely said no, that was fine, but I wanted to make a public apology for causing any extra work because I was petty and mean-spirited, presuming that the secretary for the Borough Library Advisory Board had made a mistake. If that person, who is also the chair of the Library Citizen Advisory Committee, had been at the meeting last week, I would have apologized to them, and when next I see them, I will apologize for presuming that they had made a mistake. If only all of us could find it in ourselves, and I'm not patting myself on the back, but if we could apologize when we vilify, besmirch, malign. Like, for instance, you have 5 borough library locations. You have excellent library staff from Trapper Creek to Sutton, Talkeetna, Willow, Big Lake. Your library staff for the past 2 years have put up with harassment, intimidation, verbal abuse. I hope that the groups that have engaged in attacking your borough library staff will apologize one of these days. Speaking of oppressed and marginalized, I'd like to wish everybody a happy Pride Month. And June 19th is Juneteenth. The Emancipation Proclamation, freeing enslaved people in 1863. Juneteenth arose from when 2,000 Union troops went into Galveston Bay, Texas, 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. So it was 1865 and told 250,000 people, African Americans, that they were no longer enslaved. So I hope that we can all apologize and make reparations. Thank you.
Linda?
If you were to, my name is Linda Spohn. If you were to abolish property tax from the Matsu Borough, I would agree with a gas tax. But that isn't what Manager Brown suggested. He suggested a gas tax after the Assembly fully funded the budget for all departments. I oppose any tax increases without some cuts being made. Public safety, police and fire should be a first priority and fully funded. Road maintenance should be the second priority so people can commute safely. Everything else is pure luxury and poorly run, such as your school district with low test scores, libraries where children are being groomed and sexualized with evil, vile, perverted, obscene material, and woke ideology such as DEI, LGBTQ, transgendering minors, and obscene material that glorifies addictions in drug and alcohol abuse, and in addition to every kind of illicit sex. Government is dangerous with money and needs less of it, not more. I question why this gas tax was brought up after a fully funded budget is passed and in summer when people are out camping with their families and trying to fill their freezer with fish for the winter. Are you trying to slip something in under the radar? At the very least, something of this magnitude should be put on the ballot for the people to decide. But to label it as for roads is another complete misconception. This is a tax increase that would go into the general fund, probably for everything but roads. In addition, I am against the borough investing the people's money into any type of industrial homeless complex in our beautiful valley. Alaska doesn't have a homeless problem. It's an I don't want to work drug and alcohol problem, and throwing our money at it will only make it worse. Look at Anchorage, a once beautiful city. Where are the improvements there? And they spend millions and millions on, they say, the homeless problem. The West Coast encourages vagrancy, as does Anchorage. And with vagrancy comes crime and violence. The Mat-Su government needs to stay out of stealing our money for a problem that Anchorage encourages. Government needs to be limited or we bankrupt ourselves, our communities, and our nation. May God bless and protect the Mat-Su Borough through Christ Jesus, my Lord and Savior. Thank you.
Karen?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly and everybody. I'm giving you guys
My
a little...
name is,
Oh, my name's Karen Lewis.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm going to pass out, or someone's going to pass out, a little reminder of some of the things that are in these books. And no, we will not be apologizing to any librarians or their staff for trying to get these books out of the hands of children. They should be apologizing to this community for putting obscene things in front of children. Now, even though these books have been moved from the area of young adult, 14-year-olds are not young adults, by the way, but that's how they list it. They've been moved out of, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old area to adult. However, these librarians have admitted, because we've asked most of them, will you allow 10, 11, 12-year-olds to check out these books if they're in adult? And yes, they will. Yes, they will. And this is kind of mild. I mean, they have bestiality in there. They have fisting. They have all kinds of weird sex stuff. And here, they kind of glorify really kinky stuff in there, as you'll see in some of the things. And that's just a little bit, because I don't want to overwhelm you. There were some worse ones, and I'm not going to do that to them. But you can see that this kind of literature, that's used loosely, is not good for young people. It's not even good for old people, but it's especially not good for young forming minds. We need to encourage moral strengthening, not moral degradation. This is moral degradation. So I wish the librarians would get a clue and help our children and get these books, just remove them and put character building things in the libraries for children. Good books for reading, not this filth. I don't know why they fight so hard to keep it in there, but they're wrong. So until we do something, there's got to be some way to mark these books that are in adult that should not go out to children, so that when children have a card and check it out, it would prohibit that. So if you guys would think about that, brainstorm a little bit about how that could happen, so that with their cards they could not check out this obscene things, because it's against the law. It's against federal law. It's against state law. Obscenity is against the law. These books are against the law. Thank you.
okay, that takes care of the people that have signed up. Is there anyone else present that would like to address the assembly on any subject? Yes, so come on up, state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to present what you have.
Hello, Assembly and Mayor. My name is Maxine Franklin. I've already talked to my representative from District 4, Matt, about this issue. It has to do with the off-road vehicles on bike trails. I've noticed this for years. I work at Nancy Lake State Recreation Area often. I'm working there this summer, so I commute back and forth between Wasilla and Nancy Lake frequently. And on Saturday, first of all, I'm really glad to be standing before you now, healthy and alive, because I could easily be in a funeral home right now. I was driving home from Nancy Lake, and I pulled into Three Bears at Houston. Do you all know where that is? It's a convenience store gas station. And on just coming into this Three Bears parking lot is a bike trail that kind of goes through there. So as I pulled in, I was going really slow because I had just made my turn. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw this off-road vehicle, a very large one. It turned out to be a Kawasaki side-by-side. And it was very tall, about as tall as a pickup truck, but shorter. I drive a Mazda 3, a small vehicle. And if I hadn't seen that, they would have smashed into me because I slammed on the brakes and they went right by me. And then they zipped into the parking lot and parked. I was actually pulling into the parking lot and they zipped around me and parked in the spot I was aiming for. So I thought, ooh, that's rude. So I got out of my car and I went over to them and I said, wow, we had a near miss there. And it was 2 young men, I'm thinking in their 20s, and they looked very healthy, very well-dressed, nice hair. I mean, they looked like very wholesome young men. And they started laughing at me. And they said, you should have been watching out where you were going. And I thought, whoa. I said, hey, you were driving illegally on a bike trail. And you could have killed me and yourself. You could have ruined both of our vehicles at the very least. And so they said, well, the trooper said we could do it. So I thought, really? I had noticed over the years, because I've been there since 2012, quite a few people riding four-wheelers on the bike trails. Never really bothered me that much. I thought, that's illegal, but it's not really affecting me until I had this near miss. And so I was aware that some of the locals up there near Houston and Big Lake, etc., think that it's okay to ride on the bike trails because they do it and nothing happens. So I called around. I called you, but your assistant answered. Can I say a couple more things? So anyway, it turns out that I did call the troopers. I talked to Trooper Nardini, and he said it absolutely is illegal, and when they see people doing it, they ticket them. So I thought, here I am at the borough, and I thought, well, a lot of folks up there have this idea that they can ride on the bike trails. Perhaps the borough could put out some kind of public service announcement that really this is illegal, to help the troopers. Because the troopers I talked to, Nardini said there were only like 5 of them for the whole borough on the roads that day. And they said they just can't keep up with all the people that are violating the law. So anyway, it's a dangerous thing. Oh, Nardini told me also that they take it seriously because last summer, 2 people pedestrians were walking on the bike trail and were killed by an off-road vehicle that was riding on the bike trail. So it can happen. So I don't know what you can do about it.
Thank you.
Maybe, support the troopers, put out public service announcements or whatever. But I'd appreciate anything you can do.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to address the assembly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Assembly. I just want to say how much I appreciate you serving your community. My name is John Miller.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank you for serving your community on the council. I really do appreciate it, and you're all doing a great job. And I want to congratulate our mayor for putting her hat in the ring to run for governor.
Okay.
She would make a wonderful governor. She's doing a great job as mayor, and I
I'll
think
pay
would
you
make-
afterwards, John.
She's also quite modest, so. I want to talk about a couple different things. One is, right now in Fairbanks, their libraries are having this big display of all these books that we're trying to get rid of here in our library. And I really appreciate the people that are standing up in this community for good moral excellence and concern for our children and their benefit, and willing to take the heat and the shots and everything else, just because they care about our community and they care about our kids. And I think these people should be applauded, because it's not easy to do that. They're taking their time, their effort, they're doing research, they're having to read these books, which I will refuse to do, because they are very, very gross. So that's one item of business. I also wanted to talk about the gas tax, and I really appreciate the manager, because I believe he really desires to solve a problem that's growing in our valley. And I do not like property tax. They're unfair, and they put the burden on the producers and the people that are trying to raise their families and do a good job. I think everybody that uses the roads should have skin in the game and help pay for the roads that they're using. However, I do not like new taxes. If this could be more of a replacement tax, that we could actually see the benefits of the savings, that would be really, really good. And the number one reason why people oppose this tax is because they don't trust the government. In so many years, they're going to bump it up. They're going to, a whole new borough's going to be here that's not as good as you guys, and they're going to start, upping the tax or using it for other things or whatever. So if it had like a sunset clause or something that we could reevaluate after several years, see how it's working, I think it would be more easily, accepted by the public. I had one other thing and I forgot, but my time's up. So thank you very much.
Anyone else that would like? Okay.
Hello, Mayor and Assembly. This is pretty hard to take after just seeing
This is my
Mark's
name.
phone. Sorry,
This is my name.
Mark's phone. It's pretty hard to take to see a new tax proposed after the budget's been completed. Isn't that something you'd have probably brought up during the budget process? It's kind of like, hey, well, let's slip this in there now. And you have a way of slipping stuff in and not allowing the residents of the borough to have a say. You slipped in the Big Lake Center without a vote of the people. What would have been wrong with people saying, hey, yay or nay? But no. Now, how are you going to go about this fuel tax? Is that going to be slipped in without a vote of the people? I haven't heard that mentioned, how you propose to do it, but your track record says that's what you plan on doing. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what you're set up with, buying that center without the people voting on it. And we know we need roads. We know we need that's a no-brainer. You need fire safety and roads. But the borough seems to have a humongous spending problem. All the houses in the last 10 years that have been built, all the additional property taxes that have been paid, where is all this money being? It's not being spent wisely if you don't have enough. The roads need to be maintained. Let's not, and it was mentioned by Mr. Brown, that Anchorage has a 10 cent. Do you realize what that did for the establishments out here? That gave them a more competitive advantage to sell their products, because the commuters going back and forth are going to buy gas at the cheapest place they can get it. and you know that they're going to spend money. When they stop to get gas, a lot of them spend money on other things. You're going to discourage that of happening. You got to talk to all these retailers out here because they're not going to, those people are, if it's cheaper in Anchorage, that's where they're going to buy it because you already got the transportation factor of bringing the fuel out here. You add another 7 cents to it, and they're probably not going to be lower than Anchorage. I watch gas prices very closely. And this is just, unless you can come and tell the people at the end of the year, this is how much you paid, I'll reduce your property taxes by that amount. I didn't understand that you could take this fuel tax and dedicate it to roads. I didn't know you could have a dedicated tax. But if that's something I don't understand, then that's fine. But how are you going to assure us that our property taxes are going to go down by putting this in? I see it as an additional tax without our property taxes going down. You tell me if you want to model this after Anchorage, what you brought up, Anchorage, you tell me their taxes went down after they put this in? It's probably all going to homeless. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
I'm
evening.
Ken McCarty, and I have
Representative.
actually two things I'd like to share. One is more important than the other, but the most important of all is paying tribute to Bev Shosht, who just passed away just a couple of days ago, and they had the funeral today for her. And she was a diehard baseball fan and a Chinook fan, but the point is that she's an awesome woman. She died at the age of 91. So just paying tribute to Bev. The reason I'm coming before you is that there's a group of us over in Chugiak-Eagle River that would like to be annexed into Mat-Su. And we are very much tied to the Mat-Su area, have been for decades. In fact, it was really Palmer, Mat-Su, and Chugiak that helped each other out in becoming what we, in existence. Our connection with Anchorage was not, and it was through MEA, MTA, and other things like that really got Chugiak going. And the help of Jay Bear, and of course the youth of Jay Bear wanted a good meal, so they came over and helped us build the houses and the various things, the buildings. In fact, a little tribute or fun information, historical information, is that the school on actually was the Palmer Highway and then changed the name to the Glen, that it cost $700 to build the school. And they were short $200. So we took out a bond at that time back at 51 to build the school, and the bond was a no interest bond. So people paid $20 for the bond, and when the school was built, that the money that came in for the students, that they just reach in the hat each month to draw a name out, that they got their $20 back, and eventually paid back over the 2 years the bond. But that was the, pioneer mentality of Palmer and Chugiak to make this. And so today we're not happy about being part of a very sad situation of Anchorage. Our value systems, our mentality, our belief of economic growth is not, we don't share that with Anchorage, but we share that with you. So you've received a packet of information, just basic information about the idea of annexing us into Mat-Su. We have already submitted preliminary information to the Boundary Commission, and we'll see just their advice to that by the 1st of July. We're proceeding on with this, but one of the big pieces with this is for you to share, and if you have questions, that I'm happy to, and other people to come together and answer your questions, or try to as best as possible. Okay? So thank you for your time, and thank you for being a different community in our state. Thanks.
Thanks, Representative. Anyone else that would like to address? Yes.
Hello, my name is Helen Vincent, and I'm here to talk about the books and making sure that our public libraries and our school libraries don't have a continuation or like banning books. Imagine a world where ideas are locked away, stories are silenced, and where learning is limited by someone else's judgment. That's the world we're moving toward when we ban books. Books are more than pages and ink. They are windows into different lives, cultures, and perspectives. They challenge us to think critically, to feel empathy, and to understand the complexity of the world around us. When we ban books, we are just removing stories. We're removing opportunities for growth. Often books are banned because they deal with difficult or controversial topics, but those exact stories we need. Reflecting real issues, racism, identity, mental health, injustice, and helping us talk about them in a meaningful way. Shielding young people from reality doesn't protect them, it leaves them unprepared. Freedom of expression is the cornerstone of a healthy democratic society. If we start banning books because they make us uncomfortable, where do we draw the line? Who gets to decide that's unacceptable is a dangerous path. And instead, we should be banning books. We should be encouraging discussion. We should read with curiosity and respect. I had also never heard of Chugach and Eagle River joining the Mat-Su, which I think that's a fantastic idea. Anyway, thank you.
My name is Brendan Carpenter. I'm in District 3. I wasn't going to say anything tonight, just going to come and watch, but I feel compelled. I don't think saying no to a book into a public library is an actual book banning. It's not banned. You can still get it somewhere else. One man's literature, comic book, another man's what some might call obscene, smut. I've lived in the valley pretty much my entire life, and I don't remember pedaling down KGB, or next to it, I guess, on the trail, with my friends, just a little ways up Main Street to the public library. We had no thoughts. That's not where we went to try and get the naughty, the bad. That was at a gas station, partly covered. It wasn't at the public library. When our parents dropped us off at the public library, there was no idea, no fear, no thought that they might be getting into stuff. We would be getting into stuff. That's why we got to pedal our bikes to it. It wasn't there. I don't think there was any question in my mind growing up whether I was a boy or a girl. That question was never put into my head. So it was never there. I automatically knew I was a boy by the mechanics and the tools that I was equipped with. Until a child gets that question put into them, it's not really there as an idea. I don't think the public library is necessarily where someone should be able to go get the books, the videos, or the things that they cannot afford on their own. I just don't think that's what it's for. And I don't think I'm alone by the way that our borough has gone about this. If people want that, move north to Fairbanks, a little bit south to Anchorage, you can get it all you want. You can go to the library and see men dressed as women and get all the stories you want for your children. I don't think that the valley is the place where people move because we are like so many other places. There is a difference. I like that difference. That's why I've stayed. I'm proud to be Valley Trash, proud to have grown up here. I don't think I'm alone in those. I thank you guys for allowing all the difference of opinions. I think you mostly do a great job, and I appreciate it. Coming here tonight, I see like a wide range of things you have to listen to and go through. I appreciate it. I didn't realize how wide it was. That's my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Brendan. Anyone else that would like to address the assembly? Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. Okay. One last chance. Okay. Ready? So we will go ahead and close audience participation. And Madam Clerk?
Ordinance 25042, an ordinance approving an appropriation of $739,703 from the enhanced 911 fund balance to a project to allow the city of Palmer to obtain reimbursement from the enhanced 911 surcharge funding for the Vesta 911 telephone system, with accompanying resolution 25035, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for a project to allow the city of Palmer to obtain reimbursement from the enhanced 911 surcharge funding for a Vesta 911 telephone system. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick update then, staff report wise. This is very similar to the package that you approved at the last meeting for the city of Wasilla. This puts the city of Palmer and their dispatch on the same hardware software system so that we can have a regional dispatch framework in place. These were delayed so that we could rework quotes and make sure everything would integrate properly. There is an amendment that administration asked Ms. Nowers to bring forward, since this is in District 2, to amend the number and update the memorandum from the city of Palmer showing their alignment with this request. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. We do not have a sign-up sheet, okay? So during this testimony to the assembly, it'll be restricted to ordinance 25-042 and resolution 25-035. Is there anyone that would like to give input on either this ordinance or this resolution? Okay, do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. One last chance. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and assembly person hours.
Yeah, I move to adopt ordinance 25-042 and resolution 25-035, and I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
As the manager mentioned, I move to amend ordinance 25-042 and resolution 25-035 as follows. Remove $793,703 throughout both the ordinance and the resolution and replace with $448,174. Replace the memorandum from the Palmer Police Department titled Request for Reimbursement 9G Base Vesta 911 Phone System in the IM, and replace the new memorandum provided by PPD outlining the justification for the updated request. And in the resolution, amend the scope of work by changing first year of support and monitoring services and a 3-year maintenance and warranty plan to including 5 years of support and monitoring, cost of labor and installation, logistics, and engineering. And I can speak briefly to it.
Yes, go ahead.
As noted in some of the supporting documentation, and as by the manager, you'll see that the Palmer Police Department requested this change, and we're able to come up with a better, cheaper system. So I hope you'll support this.
Okay, further discussion? We have an amendment first, so that's what we'll be discussing at this time, is the amendment to the ordinance and resolution. Yes.
So we're saving like 300,000. Nice job. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the amendment? Okay, hearing no objection, then the amendment passes. Now we have the ordinance and resolution as amended. Discussion on that part from the assembly? Is there any objection to the ordinance and resolution passing? Hearing none, then the ordinance and resolution has passed.
Ordinance 2550, an ordinance modifying the intent, notification, and appeal process for the MSB 1705 Essential Services Utilities. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Oh, yeah. Madam Mayor, this directly relates to public utilities, and as my position on the MEA board, I have to recuse myself.
Okay, it's granted. Thank you, sir. We'll come and get you when we're all done. Okay. Go ahead, staff report. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Mat-Su Borough, members of the Assembly. This ordinance is at the request of Assembly members Hale and Gamble. They co-sponsored this ordinance, and it amends 17.05, which is essential service utilities. 17.05 was originally adopted in 2007, and it requires a process for what's considered type 2 essential service utilities, which are big transmission lines for either electricity or water. And when these big transmission lines go in, it essentially requires a public process by which the utility company actually holds basically two public meetings, a public meeting and a public hearing. They hear from members of the public. They sort of summarize that in a document that goes to the Mat-Su Borough Planning Department, and then their process is done and they're automatically approved. There's no standards. If everybody disagrees with what they're doing, it doesn't matter because the public process itself is the actual standards of code. What this ordinance does is it sort of clarifies the intent of the code. It adds an additional meeting. It cleans up the notification that is required. And then at the end, as the assembly or as the director of the planning receives the decisional document, that director issues a permit based solely on whether or not they did the public process correctly. That permit is then appealable to the Board of Adjustments and Appeals. And that's the major difference in this ordinance creates. Right now, it's very unclear sort of what the appeal process is. This makes it very clear that this is an appealable process. The Planning Commission did review this and recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Questions of staff? Oh, yes, Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Alex, I just want to verify that we vetted this through MEA and through the public, and everybody is okay with this document the way it's written right now.
So MEA and NSTAR have been certainly aware of this. MEA sort of was a big part in generating this document. And then public process was going through the Planning Commission and the Assembly and all the notification that goes along with that. So all the different community councils, as well as advertising in the paper and website, things like that.
Go ahead, follow up.
Thank you, Mayor. And the driving force behind this was the big MEA power line that was recently approved. The public felt like they weren't part of the process, at least not enough of it. And so this makes everybody a little bit more involved in the process of approving a major project like that, correct?
Yeah, that project sort of exposed a little bit of the shortcomings of this ordinance, and this shores it up a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Assemblyperson Fana, question?
What is the reason to change from one meeting to two? What's the main concern for that?
So this ordinance was really produced by MEA in conjunction with some members of the public, or at least one member of the public who had major concerns over how the process went. So I was not involved in the reasoning of that, but they produced this. I put it into code form at the request of the two assembly members and bring it to you today.
Follow up? You still have your light on, sir? Okay, thank you. Alrighty, I think maybe that's it then. Thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-050. And I do have a sign-up sheet here. John Sinclair.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members. My name is John Sinclair, and I'm here on behalf of Matanuska Electric. MEA is here to support Assembly Ordinance 25-050, which proposes updates to MSB 17.05 related to the intent, notification, and appeals process for essential service utilities. This proposed amendment reflects a collaboration effort to enhance public participation while also streamlining procedures that impact the timely and efficient installation of critical utility infrastructure. We believe this is a balanced approach that benefits residents, property owners, and our co-op members, allowing us to continue to provide safe, reliable electrical service across the Mat-Su. We'd like to thank the community, MEA members, local residents, assembly members that supported us, whose thoughtful input helped shape the proposed changes. Their voice was instrumental in developing the solutions that support both public engagement and the long-term goals of the borough's comprehensive plan. Additionally, we are appreciative of the collaboration with fellow utilities, INSTAR, and MTA in the development of this amendment. We appreciate your thoughtful consideration and respectfully encourage the Assembly's support for the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber?
Greeting, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. I'm Amber McDonough, MCD ONO UGH, and I support this ordinance 2550 to amend Code 1705 for essential service utilities. A different ordinance seeking to modify this code came before this body in April of 2024. However, it was tabled at that time because it was seen as borough overreach and not supported by local utilities who saw it as one more hurdle to their already challenging infrastructure development in Alaska. After the failure of 2380, concerned parties went back to the drawing board because there were still many issues with the existing code. The new ordinance being heard for your consideration tonight is completely different. It is the result of a multi-year collaboration which included both utility representatives and local residents. The resulting ordinance 2550 maintains most of the original 1705 code language, but with targeted improvements acceptable to both the utility industry and the public. As written, it accomplishes three core objectives. It modernizes the outreach process utilities implement to ensure multiple opportunities for public notification with an extended comment period. It also adds a section to the utility's decisional document to describe its process for addressing the public's concerns with refined and defined reasonable, feasible, and mitigation measures. Thirdly, it improves the appeals process for affected residents who will be able to utilize the borough's Board of Adjustment and Appeals instead of a code-mandated utility-appointed appeals committee. This ordinance is jointly sponsored by Assemblyman Bill Gamble and Tim Hale, and I encourage other Assembly members to unanimously approve Ordinance 2550 as well. These changes to 1705 will be good for Valley residents and also good for the utilities who serve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the Assembly on Ordinance 25-050? Okay, do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. One last chance for anyone here. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. And Assemblyperson Hale, are you still on the line, sir? Did you want to make the motion?
I am, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 25-050.
Okay. Discussion? Assemblyperson Nowers.
I have a potential friendly amendment, but I wanted to ask the makers of the motion first. Was there any reason not to, as part of the public process, to ask that a link be provided in the public notice that provides a link to project information like maps, so that the person can find out more? I just was reading through the ordinance. I didn't see any. I saw, where you post it and contact information for public comments, but not also including information about the project. And so I think it's a friendly amendment, but I just want to make sure I missed it. Did I miss it in here, or is there any reason that folks wouldn't want that in there?
Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
The only reason I can think of is because we didn't think of it ourselves.
So do you want to go ahead and make an amendment?
Okay, I will, and I'll pass a written version of this to the clerk.
Okay.
So the amendment would be to add new language to ordinance 25-050, section 3, to read under B2, section C, and add a new section or new subset 6, and it just says a link to a website that provides project information, including materials such as maps, visual renderings, timelines, and contact information for more information.
Okay. Discussion about the amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment?
Not an objection, a question. Would this be part of requirement, or this would be an option if that's available?
It would be part of the public notice requirement, but exactly what they put on the website, it just says including things such as maps, visual renderings. So it would be up to the folks to figure out how they best want to display the information about their project. Does that answer your question?
No, not really. I guess if, are we putting another requirement, additional requirement, or we're just putting a option for them to be able to locate their documents? That's my question, I guess. If we're just making it more accessible, then it's different. But if we're putting additional requirements, then I kind of have a problem with that, I guess. So I don't know, what is the goal, to just guide them to documents that exist by providing a link, or making them provide something that they didn't have?
Just making sure they provide a link so people can get more information.
Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think what she's saying is we're not telling them what to put on there. We're just asking them to provide a link to the documents that they have, and then it's up to that party, is that correct, to put whatever documents they think are necessary for that project on, attach that link.
Question to clerk, is that how amendment's written, or specifically to give guide, not to require? Is that, make sure I'm understanding correctly?
Madam Clerk?
I do believe it requires the parties to provide this link to the public. And the way it reads, I'll read it again and tell me if I'm wrong. A link to a website that provides project information, including materials such as maps, visual renderings, timelines, and contact information for more information.
Okay, that's additional requirement, or that's what they already have, is my question. That's I don't know why it's so difficult to answer, I guess.
Yes, go ahead.
So maybe this will help. If you look at the ordinance, that section spells out already the notice of the public meetings, and then it says there's a little I and 2 I's and 3, and it's like 2 notices in the public newspaper, public postings at the library, public service announcements, mailings, contact information for public comment. So it adds to that section that just says, in addition to how you post it and where you post it, provide a link so that people can get more information about the project. So my thinking on it is, like, people want to be informed, and we don't want to forget that people need information about the project itself. So that's where it would be added.
What page are you, because there's
That's page 4 of 6.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, page 4 of 6, and then right before section C, under that, it adds a VI. So right under that section that says contact information.
So it'd be separate letter, or we could modify the letter V, which is, I think, number 5 is a reference, including the emails, mailing address, and links to that information, or website to that.
It's just a separate letter underneath that.
Okay.
Further discussion on the amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection, then the amendment passes. Now you have before you the ordinance as amended. Discussion on that. Is there any objection? Seeing none, then the ordinance passed. And Madam Deputy Clerk, will you go get our assembly person, please? Okay, and then Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Ordinance 25074, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $19,618.11 of revenues from fiscal year 2025 public donations to the Animal Care and Regulation Capital Projects budget for animal care outdoor facility upgrades with accompanying resolution 2560, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the animal care outdoor facility upgrades project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Okay, staff report. Hi.
Hi, Vanessa Forbes, Animal Care. So we have the privilege and honor of getting donations from our community members who want to support our mission. We would like to utilize this $19,618.11 to help with our outdoor facilities. Many of our runs outside are in disrepair, and we simply don't have enough of them. So these funds would allow us to do that.
Questions to staff? Okay, thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, sure.
Do any of these outdoor facilities include care for horses or anything like that, or is that a whole separate thing?
That would be a whole separate thing. We do have an outdoor kind of pen right now that we can house goats. Chickens, unfortunately, can get out of the top. So we'd like to refurbish that one as part of this project. But right now we have a barn that has an inside kind of stable area and then an outside pen attached to it. And there's 3 of those.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing then on ordinance 25-074 and resolution 25-060. Doesn't look like we have a sign-up sheet. Thank you, sir. Anyone who would like to give the assembly input on this ordinance or this resolution? Anybody online, sir? No? Okay. So I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and assembly person hours.
Move to adopt ordinance 25-074 and resolution 25-060.
Okay. Discussion by the assembly? Any objection by the assembly? No. Just my caveat is that, again, it shows what a great community we live in, that people do care about what happens in their community and give us money. So, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2575, an ordinance appropriating road service area operating funds to each road service area capital project fund. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Alrighty, staff, sir.
Madam Mayor, Public Works Director Tom Adams, I'm going to try to make this easy for you tonight and ask that this body fail ordinance 25075. The reasoning is in the IM, you'll see a table that has values. Unfortunately, those values, when they were created, didn't properly recognize some of the work directives that were issued to our contractors, but had not yet been issued purchase orders. And so the values are incorrect. And so what we would like for you to do is just fail this ordinance, and then we will use the typical process and allow the audit to take place for fiscal year 25. And when these values are accurately known, we'll just transfer those monies from operating funds to the capital at that time.
Assemblyperson Gamble.
Just a comment. Thanks, Tom. RSA 21 board said that they would much prefer that these funds go into their public construction account instead of capital project. Is that a possibility, or is there a reason why you want to go into capital?
Through the mayor, Assemblyman Gamble, because we're not transferring this, they will stay in the operating fund, and that's where the public construction monies come from.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions to staff? Yeah, highly unusual, but we will take it under advisement. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing on ordinance 25-075. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anyone? I don't see any movement. Anybody online, sir? Nobody online? Okay. So I'll close the public hearing. And Madam Parliamentarian, the
I
motion
move to
still
adopt.
has, just a minute, the motion still has to be in the affirmative, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, all
So
right.
somebody will need to object so everybody can vote no.
Okay, all right. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance 25-075.
Okay, Discussion? Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
I object.
You object? Okay.
Just
All
want to
right.
object to something that Tom brings.
All right. All righty, so then if everybody will, let's see, I'm sorry, well, just a minute, he has his hand up but not his mic, so I want to be sure that, did you have a question or
yes.
comment?
Is there a reason why we wouldn't postpone and have you provide those correct numbers so we would make that amendment? Or was there, you would want this to be specifically failed and go through a different process than the standard?
Go ahead, sir.
So through the mayor, Assemblyman Bonoff, that discussion took place, but considering that you're not going to have another meeting till the middle of July, which is after the fiscal year, and these monies won't be necessarily available to the next fiscal year anyhow, it just seemed practical that we just follow traditional practice and let the audit take place, and later this fall we'll have an accurate accounting of all those dollars, and then we can decide how much of that money gets transferred to capital.
Okay, so this doesn't affect anyone in a negative way then?
No, there are no projects that were going to be delayed or not be able to take place this summer due to a lack of transferring the funds.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Okay, we have an objection, then, Madam Clerk?
The members in the room can go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Hale.
No.
It failed unanimously.
Okay. How many times during your term has something failed unanimously?
Maybe a handful.
Yeah. All righty. So we're to the second part of our audience participation, and let me just caution you that if you testified under the first audience participation, we will not allow you to testify again. We do have a sign-up sheet, and Renee Blake. Yep. It's like when you take a bite, somebody asks you something, you just took a bite of food, right?
I'm Renee Blake, and I'm speaking on segment D of the Bogard-Selden Camp. I'm a resident of Woodfield Park, and I live on East Serendipity Loop. First, I would like to say that I fully support the plan to improve the safety and accessibility in the problem areas of the corridor. The sooner the better on some areas, especially some of the challenging portions of segment C. On behalf of the residents of Woodfield Park, we are very concerned about connecting Porcupine Trail to East Serendipity Loop, putting a throughway into our neighborhood. This adds a third road onto our streets, increasing vehicle threats to the many pedestrians and bicycle traffic on East Serendipity Loop and Woodfield Drive. There are 83 homeowners. We have a lot of children in our neighborhood. They play in and around the road and driveways as they move from one yard to another, and often pets as well. We have a lot of bicycle traffic, to include kids still learning to ride. We have a lot of adults walking dogs, running, and stopping to talk with neighborhoods at all times of the day. Finding a better plan that protects our neighborhood is our primary goal. We support the amendment proposed by the North Lakes Community Council. It addresses the corridor management principles as well as our local neighborhood concerns. Thank you for your consideration.
Mm-hmm. Rod?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Rod Hansen with the North Lakes Community Council. For all the reasons mentioned in my testimony on June 3rd, we strongly support the adoption of the camp. And tonight I wish to address several proposed amendments. First, I want to thank Renee Blake for her testimony about two important proposed amendments that we submitted for segment D yesterday in a letter to the borough. These proposed amendments address her concerns directly and are aligned with the principles of camp and with safety of her neighborhood. A copy of our June 16th letter is hopefully included in your packets tonight, and we are hoping that an assembly member would pick that up and sponsor an amendment. Secondly, we have comments on the proposed amendments by Assembly members Nowers and Fonoff. We reviewed them in detail, sent our feedback to the clerk earlier today, and hopefully that info is in your packets. We support many of the amendments and have objections to a few. With regard to Assemblymember Nauer's amendments, we strongly support Amendment 1, which is a right-in, right-out intersection at Stringfield. We also support Amendment 2, which is median and left turn lanes at North Berry's Resort Drive. We would even further support a roundabout at that location to provide another course reversal opportunity for local residents and businesses, and this is feedback we gave to the camp early on. With regard to Assemblymember Fonov's amendments in Segment C, the NLCC does not support Amendment Number 1, which would maintain access to Bogard at East Ashmore Avenue. This is contrary to the principles of camp and too close to the Engstrom-Bogart roundabout. It is much safer to have this access off of Green Forest rather than Bogard. We support Amendment 2, which appears to improve local property owners' direct access to Bogard through the Moose Street roundabout. And we support Amendment 3 as long as it's confirmed that there's no landlocked properties as a result of not doing those particular road connections. With regard to Segment D, Amendment Number 4, we do not support leaving the existing driveway in place for the storage unit business. Again, it's against the principles of camp, and a more viable alternative exists. As the NLCC, we did not review amendments for segments E and F as they are outside of our boundaries. It is our hope that you will consider our input in your deliberations tonight. We also encourage you not to rush to a decision. The camp will be a very important reference for many years to come. If it takes another continuance to finish the debate and the decisions, it's worth the extra time to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, anyone else under audience participation? It can be on any subject that you wish to speak to the, yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Sharon Johnson, and I was hoping to speak on future planning in regards to the new subdivision right after Colony High in Section B of the camp. And now that there's going to be 160 houses, 80 on each side, thinking about putting in turn lanes at that point, just like at Arabian, and just some future planning. And that's all I was hoping to address this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anthony Rotelli. I'm a resident of East Village Loop here in Wasilla. I'm okay for the whole corridor there. The ordinance is okay, other than some of my other neighborhood people have addressed, like Renee. I'm in complete opposition to closing down our access to Selden off of East Village Loop. Cutting off that access kind of forces potential emergency and traffic through a single access point. I think the original design is contrary, and it creates a bottleneck. It raises safety risks. I've also heard officials kind of say things like, let's just approve the plan and we'll work out the details later. But I think that's unacceptable as a strategy. By definition, a plan must be something that already accounts for the key concerns like access, traffic impact, and resident input. Approving a plan without those answers isn't really planning, it's improvising at the community's expense. Some have cited proximity to a traffic light as a reason to close this connection. For the record, I've seen no Alaska statutes that would prohibit having a roadway right there within that quarter mile kind of design between the signal. I think that a compromise would be just a right in and right out only. At least it still leaves that open and has a point to the roadway and doesn't have any potential safety risks with traffic. You're not crossing and making left-hand turns. I may be one resident speaking today, specifically in my portion of the neighborhood. but I represent a larger concern, and silence from others is often a sign of confusion and lack of notice, not agreement. I respectfully urge the Assembly to at least re-look at this portion of the plan and delay the decision until a full analysis can be made and community input occurs, and don't rush to break what isn't broken. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, do we have anybody online? We do not. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and close audience participation then. And let's see, must be your turn, Madam Clerk. We're at the consent agenda. Does the Assembly have anything to pull? I don't believe there was anything pulled earlier in the evening. Anybody have anything? Okay, I guess not, Madam Clerk, so go ahead.
Resolution 2562, a resolution extending the time of completion for project number 15050 Fund 440 J. Nolfe Park improvements to June 30th, 2026, AM 25063. Awarded bid number 25174B to Battleground LLC in the contract amount of $302,956 for the North Colony Road Service Area number 23 and Alpine Road Service Area number 31 annual road maintenance. AM 2564, approval of utility relocation costs of $163,447.70 to NStar Natural Gas for the Crimson View Drive, Vermilion Drive, Fallow Drive, Oakwood Drive, and Crimson View Court Reconstruction Project in South Colony Road Service Area number 16 and extend the completion date to December 15th, 2026. AM 2565 awarded bid number 25166B to Fierce Fire Protection Services in the contract amount of $227,902 to provide fire alarm security systems, carbon monoxide detectors, water tank systems, and monitoring for the Public Works Department. AM 2566, approval of contract amendment number 4 to contract 25157B with Orion Construction for the Animal Care Upgrades Construction Project to extend the contract completion date to December 15, 2025. AM 2567, awarded bid number 25183B to Swisher Pumping in the contract amount not to exceed $200,000 to provide leachate hauling and disposal services. AM 2568, awarded bid number 25177B to QAP in the contract amount of $1,171,815 to construct Phase 1 of Meadow Lakes Loop improvements. AM 2569, approval of utility relocation costs of $131,542.17 to Matanuska Telephone Association for the Melanie Lane Bryan Drive project in Greater Butte Road Service Area number 26 with an extended completion date of July 15, 2026. AM 2570, award of proposal number 25121P to Kenny Engineering in the contract amount of $907,678 to design Green Forest Drive. AM 2571, award of proposal 25142P to Professional and Technical Services in the contract amount of $428,290 to design Johnson's Road Upgrade. AM 2572, approval of amendments to the 2025 road improvement project list for South Colony Road Service Area number 16 and Greater Talkeetna Road Service Area number 29. And AM 2573, award of proposal number 25148P to Collins Construction in the contract amount not to exceed $15,750,000 to design and build Academy Charter.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the consent agenda has been approved. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2554, an ordinance adopting MSB 152430B48 Bogard-Selden Corridor Access Management Plan.
Okay. Prior to the time when we postponed, there had been an amendment that had been proposed by Assemblyperson Phonoff, and then there had been an amendment to that asking that the question be divided, and that amendment passed. And Assemblyperson Phonoff.
I request that we take maybe a small break before, because there's a lot going to be on the table, so.
For recess?
Yeah, I think this one's gonna take some time because we have a lot to go through, so it'd be a good time to take before we attack this thing.
Okay, can I get Assemblyperson Sumner's question here first? Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'd ask that you have a ruling on a possible conflict. I own multiple properties that are affected by this. The camp, I had a discussion with the borough attorney. I did not have a hand in drafting the camp. I have no amendments on the table that would affect my properties. So I do not believe there's a conflict, but I ask for your ruling.
Cool, so you're just a general landowner on the whole, on parts of the project, right? Without any
That is
special
correct. So
considerations?
part of a, as the borough attorney said, I'm part of a large category of
Of
citizens that are
everybody being
affected by it.
affected? Okay, yeah, I agree. I don't think you have a conflict. Okay, and how long did 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Whatever you think appropriate, just a standard break that we normally take, so.
Okay, so we've had a request and we will recess, is that?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. So it's 7:30, so we'll come back at 7:40.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the guy.
How do I know you?
I just got on the planning.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
Planning
Yeah.
department, sir.
Good to see you. Yeah.
You're-
I'm Alex. Yeah.
got it right.
Okay. Perfect. All right.
What's that? Yeah, I'm getting ready. Yeah. Yes.
If I can have everybody come back, please, so we come to order. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call us back to order. It's 7:42. And, okay, Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, I move to further divide this amendment. And I'd like to take each numbered one separately.
Okay,
So, segment C has three numbers, segment D has one, segment 5 has,
so that's the amendment to divide the question and take number 1 separately? So, oh, no,
it would take all 8 separately.
take all 8 separately.
So taking each segment separately, is that how I'm understanding?
No, each numbered
Oh, each number
section under
separately.
each
Thank
segment.
me.
So there's
Thank
eight
you.
total numbers.
Okay. Alrighty, Madam. So do you, Assemblyperson Sumner, do you want to have the clerk read those, or is everybody okay on those? Everybody have the right piece of paper and know the first 8? Okay, looks good.
Is there any
Okay.
objection to dividing the question?
Okay, is there any objection to dividing the question for first 8 from others? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then that amendment passes.
Then now we're on segment C, number 1.
So does that go back to the original motion, or do we need to have now a separate motion for this one?
Madam Mayor, everything has already been placed on the floor, so the main motion, this has already been placed on the floor. So I can read segment C, number 1 into the record, but it's already on the floor.
Okay, okay. So discussion by the assembly. Assemblyperson.
Madam Mayor, could I have Alex Strong come up and I have some questions for him?
Oh, does the assembly have any objection to staff? Okay, all ready? Thanks, Sal. Go ahead, sir. All right,
So,
we'll hear the question.
yeah, Mr. Strong.
Just tell us. You don't need to know the
Read my
question.
mind, please.
Just tell us.
On this lovely handout you prepared for us in color copy, on ledger size paper, I appreciate that. Staff comments, number 1, staff supports amendment given AKDOT and PF proposed HSIP improvements. So even though this doesn't meet the separation distance, you say this is a good amendment, and can you explain that?
Sure.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, to Assemblymember Sumner. So I did review this with our Public Works Director. We pulled up the plans for the roundabout there at Yingstrom Green Forest, Bogard area there. They actually, as part of that, are sort of improving the access to Ashmore. And it would be pretty difficult to get those properties out to North Green Forest Drive. So given that design that they have out there for that this amendment could be supported because it seems to be the option that we're going down. I mean, ideally, we would not have an intersection this close, but given the design that's out there, it makes sense.
Any other questions of staff while he's here?
Specifically on this amendment? Or because right now we're talking only about segment C, number 1, is that correct?
Yes, uh-huh.
Yeah, there was also a discussion when we had with the directors that there was something that was missed. There is a section that is not clear on the Ashmore, so this is just really clarifies the connection point there.
Further discussion? Okay, is there any objection?
Yeah, I have objection.
Alrighty, thank you, sir.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on segment C, number 1. Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Madam Mayor, it passes. Assemblymember Hale opposed. And now we are on section C, segment D, number 2.
Okay, discussion on C2. Assemblyperson Palmer.
Okay, so Alex, I'm gonna ask your help on this one too, and this one is the Graylin Street. During the break, we had discussion, and I'm going to make a secondary amendment on that one. And basically what it does, if you look at the map, right now is it's a very complicated route, the way that was proposed. Then we discussed about going through that Chinook, and I think that's that's the one that we're on. But that one is a very old subdivision that's potentially is going to be very challenging to get through. So my proposal is to extend the frontage road between the Bear and the Grayling. So I move to amend, what number is this amendment?
This is segment C, number 2.
C number 2, to extend the frontage road from Bear to Grayling. And I may speak on that. There's a frontage road on the second page of your drawings. You'll see there's a yellow frontage road that is already proposed that has a lot of driveways there, but it stops at the Bear. It would make it very simple to extend it all the way to Grayling, which will send all of that traffic to that same intersection, and there is a minimal impact because most homes and properties are built further back.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the amendment, I guess, secondary amendment,
Yeah.
right? Does anyone need clarification on the secondary amendment? Is there any? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I need further clarification on what's being proposed. Alex, can you clarify this?
Okay. So for the rest of our discussion tonight, so I don't have to ask every time for the staff to come forth, nobody has problems with the staff coming forth? Okay. So you're on.
Yeah,
Okay.
very good. So
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So amendments 2 and 3 are sort of linked, and the amendment would be to essentially take a frontage road from Bear Street, which is in the lower left quadrant of this map here, and extend it east north of Bogard Road to Grayling Street. And then presumably it would be to remove this big thing that goes around King Salmon, Pike, Grayling Street, and Dolly Varden, that it would that would actually provide access to all the homes if you were to cul-de-sac off North Grayling Street.
Yes, Assemblyperson Sumner.
So the original amendment, so not this amendment to the amendment, but the original amendment would have removed the improvements on Pike and King Salmon and put a road through from Bear through Birch Acres to Grayling?
So the original amendment would be to construct a portion of North Grayling Street, which would give you access up to Chinook as one alternative. The other would be to extend Birch Acres Drive west to Bear Street. So it sort of leaves two options there, and it would eliminate the Pike King Salmon connection.
Go ahead, sir.
Is there any, I'm guessing there has been no engineering analysis on what's the cheaper or better option on this?
Yeah, so there was a lot of discussion on this by the working group, which was composed of Matsuboro and the state of Alaska and the contractors. There wasn't 100% agreement on this notion of bringing it all the way up through Pike and King Salmon. There was a lot of discussion about extending Birch Acres and Chinook, bringing Grayling up to Chinook, and I think it is listed as an option. This frontage road that is being proposed was not discussed. At first blush, it looks like it could be doable and makes sense, but it hasn't had extensive analysis done.
Okay, Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
Alex, can you also briefly touch on the Chinook Avenue and that subdivision and the challenges that would potentially would cause if we went that route? And so that this is better or worse alternative?
Sure. I guess, as we were going through this, it's been recognized that Alaskan Estates number 2, which is the subdivision that we're talking about up there, was a split that was done by, I think it was just recorded, and it was done incorrectly, and it was done prior to statehood. So it's not really a legal split. So getting the right of way to actually construct roads through here could be challenging. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it definitely presents unique challenges.
Okay.
If it weren't challenging, that would be your choice?
So the group, although it wasn't 100% agreement, the group decided that the best option would be to go up north to Pike Avenue and King Salmon Drive. That was the consensus of the group. So that was the official recommendation. However, it was discussed that just extending north of Chinook or extending Birch Acres west were also viable options.
Okay. Further questions? All right, yes, Assemblyperson.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah,
Go ahead, recognize.
okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, if I could, thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could get some clarification here. So, on this amendment number 2, the secondary amendment to amendment number 2 here, are we replacing the connection from Birch to Bear with the frontage road, or are we still recommending the Birch to Bear connection as well as the frontage road?
Go ahead, Alex, and then I'll.
So
give
I
my
have
opinion.
I do have a recommendation, if that's okay. So if you are to
Well,
have,
I'm just curious what the current secondary amendment states plainly. Are we replacing the Birch to Bear connection with the frontage road, or are we keeping the Birch to Bear connection and adding the frontage road?
My intent is if we can get the frontage road, it'll eliminate all that unnecessary things. Now, there's an easement still between Birch Acres and Chinook over there for road to be constructed for future development. That doesn't change if that's that, but that won't be part of this project. But instead of having this 3-mile thing, this is gonna be what, 700 feet here, the connection of the frontage road, which it's a very clean, I believe, situation. So I actually, with that amendment, I should say that my intent is to remove that, and I don't know if I should remove it. I can't do a third amendment to amendment, but basically, if the frontage road is an option, then that will eliminate the need of everything else that we have previously proposed.
Including the Birch to Bear connection.
Correct. That Birch and the Birch Acres Drive will go through Grayling into the frontage road to the Bear. That would be the all of the traffic now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Sumner.
Alex, is there already right of way from Grayling to Chinook?
Well, it's a good question. That might be part of that Alaskan Estates number 2. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if we have prescriptive rights or if we have right of way. I don't know for sure.
So we don't know if it's a section line easement or anything?
Do not believe there's a section line there.
Assemblyperson Gamble.
So Alex, if the frontage road is extended from North Bear Street to North Grayling Street, would you remove the cul-de-sac at the end of Grayling Street and leave the right in, right out at North Bear Street, or would you move the right in, right out to Grayling Street? I mean, I'm sure you probably haven't even thought about that.
I didn't 100% track what you're asking me here. If you could,
Okay,
I apologize.
so Assemblymember Fanov wants to extend the frontage road from Bear Street to Grayling, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so right now at Bogart and Grayling, you have a cul-de-sac indicated there. At Bear Street, you have a right in, right out. I mean, would you just get rid of the cul-de-sac and leave the right in, right out at Bear, or would you move the right in, right out at Grayling, or is that something that would be decided later on?
That has not been contemplated. I think that Grayling is a little too close to Dolly Varden.
Okay.
Dolly Varden and whatever that road is to the south that's cut off there. That's an intersection that's lined up, even though Dolly Varden's at an angle, not ideal. But I think if you were to keep Grayling Street closed, that would give you that spacing that we're searching for there.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, the Matsu Burroughs parcel viewer does show that there's an existing right of way for Grayling. If that's the case, then obviously we wouldn't have to buy any property and it'd be cheaper to construct that road than purchasing property elsewhere, assuming all topography the same. So I would move to postpone this amendment until we can get some clarification on whether that right of way exists in reality.
Okay. Deputy, I'm sorry.
If I could clarify.
Sure.
Are you looking for that to happen tonight? Or are you looking for that to happen at a different date?
I guess a different date, which would mean postponing the entire camp.
Okay.
I have
All
a
right.
question for Alex.
Let's see. Is postponement debatable, Madam Clerk?
Postponement is debatable, Madam Mayor. I think what could happen is if the assembly is planning on postponing this to a different date, you can definitely postpone this amendment to a different date. But at the end, you need to postpone the entire thing to that same date.
Okay, alrighty. Deputy Mayor, you had wanted to talk before.
Yeah, so west of Bear Street, or north of Bear Street, I guess, you have the frontage road, correct? And that's got a right of way all taken care of. Maybe?
So
Huge assumption there, sir.
yeah. So through the mayor, so we do indicate that there could be a frontage road there. We do not go into design level analysis. So there maybe have to be right of way that needs to be obtained, perhaps even on the south side of those properties, and maybe the road needs to be scooched down. But so we don't know, we have not done an in-depth analysis of the right of way issues and where the utilities are and things like that as part of this. This is conceptual, high level vision for this right of way.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. On the postponement, I think this proposal might have some merits here, but Assemblymember Gamble raised some concerns about what's going to happen with this proposed cul-de-sac and what's going to happen with this proposed right in, right out. I mean, if you've got a frontage road, you don't need a right in, right out because you can just direct traffic down to a signalized controlled intersection. There's also this removal of this driveway here to consider. and also the Birch to Bear Street, and the Grayling to Chinook, or Grayling to Pike, whichever way the maker of the amendment would like to go. I think that probably our easiest way to deal with this particular amendment is either to withdraw it or vote it down, and then postpone at the end of consideration tonight, postpone the entire ordinance until the maker of the motion can come back with some drawings and something that's a little more clear about exactly what the intent of this is to be. Thank you.
Okay, I had acknowledged the secondary amendment, we just didn't have a date to do the postponement. And I understand now that the maker of that motion would like it postponed, and now I'm just talking about the amendment to August 5th. And so is there objection to postponing the secondary amendment until August 5th?
So,
Assemblyperson Hale online, do you have an objection to that?
No, I don't have any objection to that.
Okay, thank you. Assemblyperson Nowers?
I guess I'll just throw out, I mean, this makes a lot of sense to me. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't, and this is speaking to postponement, but, if you can just do that frontage road, that seems like a lot quicker way to do it. So it kind of makes me think that the group saw something in there that we're not seeing. But I guess I just, like, this plan seems to have, okay, this is what we want to do ideally. And then if you look at the plan, it's got some alternatives. So I don't know that we can't adopt this and say, okay, if that doesn't work, then alternative 1 is coming across from Birch Acres over to North Bear, and alternative 3 is the big long workaround. So, I mean, I think we could knock this out tonight. So I guess I'm making a pitch here for moving forward with that tonight, knowing that, we have all the options on the table there. But I guess that would be what I'd prefer to do at this point.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, your light is on. Did you have a comment? No. Okay. So the motion on the floor right now is a secondary amendment to postpone this until August 5th. And it sounds like there is an objection. So then.
Well, could I have some further discussion? Because maybe what
Okay.
Ms. Nowers is bringing up has some merit. So if we wanted to create 3 different options for this particular segment, would we then make an amendment to the amendment to the amendment to the amendment?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Sumner, at this point, you're as far as you can go on amendments. You're on your secondary. If you could, if the maker wants to, they can withdraw it and then replace the segment C number 2 with options.
Assemblyperson Fano?
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Go ahead.
good.
Go ahead, Assemblyperson Hale.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I thought you had recognized Assemblymember Fauna. No, I think the idea of maybe making some options, option 1, 2, and 3, that sounds great, but I think that also speaks to the postponement. I would like to see it in writing with a map, and we're not gonna get there tonight. I'd like to have this a little more prepared, so I still support postponement.
Okay, thank you. Assemblyperson Fano, if you had a comment?
If we're gonna get to this through each amendment, and then in August we realize, okay, then postpone it. We're gonna be for 2 years trying to postpone this thing, and I think that's a horrible idea. If there is a way that we have a time right now, we just took a break, we should knock out as much amendments as possible, the ones that commonly make sense. If there's some that is incomplete, we can send for a review. So there's several things up for a review, and they come back with the feedback which option A, B, or C is better. So if it means I need to retract one of the amendments or a secondary amendment, I will. But I do recommend if we pass this right now, and then I will welcome Amendment 2 on the additional details. But if you look at it, This is, it does make logically sense, and I don't want with this one thing to slow down the whole process of us moving forward with a lot of many good things that we have prepared and we heard from the community.
Okay, I guess there's an objection to the amendment to postponement. So, Madam Clerk?
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on postponement of this amendment. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Hill, McKee, and Sumner in support. We are
Okay.
back to the secondary amendment.
Okay, so we're back to the secondary amendment. Further discussion on that? Is there any objection to the secondary amendment? Okay,
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the secondary amendment.
For the frontage road.
The secondary amendment is replacing Section C, number 2, to extend the frontage road from Bear Street to Grayling Street. Eliminates the other parts of number 2. All it is the frontage road.
No, hold on. The amendment will, the cul-de-sac, the frontage road will connect to Grayling. Okay, okay, make sure we understand, okay.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the secondary amendment. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Sumner opposed. We are now on segment C, number 3. Actually, and Madam Mayor, we're on the primary amendment as amended. I just fibbed to you.
yeah. So we're on C2 as amended, correct?
C2 as amended, correct. Thank you.
Okay. Discussion on C2 as amendment, yes.
So I just
Madam
wondered,
Mayor?
I just wondered from staff if we could do that idea. So now we've adopted the frontage road from Bear Street to Grayling. Can we then make the alternative preferred Bear to Birch, and then the third alternative be the full workaround East Pike to King Salmon? Is that, or I just appreciate your input on that, and then maybe we could make an amendment to that effect.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the way we've worked it here, when there's multiple options, and that is all throughout the document where there's multiple options, is the preferred route is on the map and the alternative options are in the text. So if you were to add the roadway connection from Birch Acres to North Bear Street and North Grayling Street from each East Birch Acres to Chinook Avenue, then you would just add that to the text of the document. That would be a fairly simple amendment.
Okay, I'd like to make an amendment to do that. So the preferred alignment is as we adopted with the frontage road, and the first alternative is connecting Birch Acres to Bear Street, and the secondary alternative would be the East King Salmon, East Pike, North Grayling connection.
Okay, just a minute, let get the clerk here to get this down.
Secondary is Birch Acres to North Bear Street. Is that what you said? I'm sorry,
Correct.
Assemblymember Nowers.
Yeah.
And then the third is from Grayling Street to, I'm sorry, you'll have to say the third one to me again. I apologize.
The third one is laid out from East King Salmon Drive to East Pike down Grayling.
Got it.
Okay, discussion on that amendment. Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there is another option that I think that was brought up that maybe is being glossed over, that we only construct grayling from Birch Acres to Chinook. It would be a short section through existing right-of-way. So I think we should probably also include that option if you wanted to edit your.
You want to do that as a secondary amendment? Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. So can I edit that to do what was just suggested? Thank you.
And the fourth option, you'll have to repeat that fourth option, you guys. I'm so sorry.
So the fourth option would be to construct sorry. The fourth option would be to construct grayling from East Birch Acres Drive to Chinook Avenue.
Okay, got it. Sort of.
Discussion on the secondary amendment. Is there objection to the secondary amendment?
Not objection, the discussion, please.
Are you objecting?
No,
Or
I want
discussion?
discussion.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So in the future, in the third amendment, we're gonna get to the Pike and the King. That was because it got divided. Now it's not the full puzzle altogether, the set of the segment C. So I think we're making an amendment, then we have this. So I think that's why separation in this case. So I'm saying we are going to get to the Pike in the third amendment, but I want a little more clarity and maybe have Alex and Tom interaction here is if what we're trying is now with the frontage road there, is this necessary or not? Yes, I guess I'm not fully understanding the additional amendments now after this. Correct, I guess that's the thing, because the 1, 2, and 3, well, I guess 2 and 3 are like, they're part of the same issue, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so
Assemblyperson Ponoff, if you would
Yes,
restate.
please. So basically, now that we have the frontage road in there, secondary and tertiary options adding, is that like what makes sense or what doesn't make sense? Because that kind of changes perspective, and we kind of right now adopted the most simplest solution.
Yeah.
Do we need to get a lot of these other complicated additional thing in there or no? Because it's not, because I want to simplify it, it's not make it more complicated.
yes, so currently the portion that is in the text of the document is extending grayling north to Pike Avenue and doing that whole big round thing. If you want to keep that in there, that's certainly something you can do. I do like the idea, if the frontage road somehow is not feasible, that the idea of extending Birch Acres Drive west to Bear and then constructing North Grayling Street north to Chinook, I think are both feasible options that would probably be a good idea to leave those in there. And you can leave all 4 in if you want to.
Okay, does your amendment leaves the fourth option, which is the most long one, the King Salmon one, or no?
I think what my amendment does is adopt your frontage road and then make that really long one just the bottom of the, if you get through the frontage road, you can't do it. Get through Birch Acres, you can't do it. If you get through the Grayling one, and then the long way around is towards the bottom.
Okay.
If you've ruled out those other ones.
I'll make a secondary amendment to remove
Oh,
that.
no, we're on a secondary amendment,
No.
sir, so I'm sorry.
We don't need that long option is what I'm saying over there, number 4.
And
Ready.
if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I believe removing that long roundabout option is in Amendment 3. So that would be taken up next.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so ready to vote on the secondary amendment? Does anybody need,
So-
oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor.
One question then. So by putting in this frontage road, I thought we were bypassing like that. Or one question I have for Alex. So North Grayling, how far does it go? Does it go up to Birch Acres and stop at that point right now?
That is correct.
And then everything else would funnel out onto Bear in that area? Yeah, I was thinking with the frontage road in there, we wouldn't have to extend Birch Acres or any of that, that it could just flow out onto Bear and be let out.
Yeah, so vote this down then.
Okay.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hours.
So just to clarify, I think if we pass this amendment, then that long way around becomes a lower down alternative if the other ones don't work. And then when we get to number 3, if we just vote that down, then that goes away. So what we end up with is that long go around is just an alternative route, with the others being preferred.
Okay. Are we ready to vote then on the secondary amendment? Deputy Mayor, your light is on. Do you still have a question? Oh, okay. All righty. Is there objection to the secondary amendment? You do have an objection? Okay. Thank you.
If the members in the room can go ahead and vote on the secondary amendment.
First, that's where I filled it out with that stuff.
Okay. Madam Clerk, could you?
Waiting for Assemblymember Bernier.
Okay. Right.
Assemblymember Bernier, if I can get you to go ahead and push again. Thank you, sir. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Well, I think we're going to have to vote again. It's abstaining, so if I can get the members and hold on, Assemblymember McKee. Hold on, Assemblymember. Can you go check her thing, please? We need to unplug Assemblymember McKee's and replug it back in. The buttons were pushed.
All right.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote again. Assemblymember Sumner and Fonoff, can I get you to vote on the secondary amendment again? Thank you. Madam Mayor, it is passed with Assemblymember Fonoff opposed.
Okay.
We are now on segment
Madam Mayor.
C, number 3.
I'm sorry, Assemblyperson
Oh, wait,
Hale.
that's primary amendment.
I'm
I
sorry.
believe we're on the primary amendment.
Right.
I would like to offer a secondary amendment by
Okay.
replacing the map symbols at North Grayling Street for the cul-de-sac and at Bear Street for the right in, right out, and replacing them with no access red X's. If I could speak to it.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so if we're gonna do a frontage road here between Grayling and Bear, and then continuing west down to the signalized intersection along a frontage road, we're definitely not going to want a cul-de-sac at Grayling, and I think that we could remove this right in, right out at Bear Street, and direct traffic down to the signalized intersection along the frontage road.
Okay, discussion on the secondary amendment. Any objection to the?
Well, just for a clarification, Mr. Hill, you want the Bear Circle to be controlled intersection, not only right in, right out. Is that correct?
No, I would like to have it a no access to Bogard there. If we're going to be on a frontage road, there's no reason to have access to Bogard.
So I guess from Grayling, Bear, where's all the traffic? Which intersection? How do they access to the Bogart finally?
Down along the frontage road to the west off of the map.
To where?
Wherever the frontage road has access to Bogard, to the west there, the frontage road continuing to the west from Bear Street will eventually have access, I'm assuming, at a signalized intersection. So we would just direct all traffic from Grayling and Bear down along that frontage road to the signalized intersection.
Okay, further discussion on the secondary amendment? Oh, Assemblyperson Center.
Could I ask for clarification on where that, if this change was made, where that traffic would go?
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So it would bring it to Moose Street. If you would like, I can bring up the interactive viewer on the screen if that would be helpful, but it would go all the way west to Moose and Cottonwood Loop at the where they go.
And what
across.
kind of intersection is that according to camp?
So it would be a signal, either signal or roundabout, depending on what the design dictates.
And it's what street?
It would be where Moose Street and Cottonwood Loop join up.
Alex, we want to go ahead and get set up, and that way we can get.
Okay.
Well, he set up. Can I make a comment?
Okay.
Assemblyperson Summer, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just add one comment while we're waiting for that interactive to come up. I'll just say that, if we do this, then we're eliminating, right in, right out. We're going to put a lot more traffic onto that Moose Street, which may not be designed or have the right of way to be widened to support that kind of level of traffic. Like I know that Alaskan Estates does not have adequate right of way or ditches in the neighborhood.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so, I will say that while it would be ideal to have a frontage road along that entire portion right there, there are challenges associated with that. I know that there are septic systems on the north side of that Bogard Road. It's not to say that it's impossible, and it would be for engineers to figure out when the time comes. However, if for some reason a portion of that frontage road couldn't be built, that would kind of throw everything off a little bit. So please bear that in mind.
Okay, Assemblyperson Fauna.
I think eliminating right in, right outs is a horrible idea. I think they are the least impactful. That if we're starting sending all of that subdivision from Grayling, Bear, all the way to Moose, and I think a lot of Caribou stuff will also be going there because that's only right in, right out. That's definitely not something I could support. As a matter of fact, that Grayling and Moose is far enough. I would even consider having an actual controlled intersection over there to take some of the traffic from Bear and from accessing that a frontage road, because then it's going to have a very proper spacing. So no, I cannot support the amendment to eliminate the right in, right out.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment? Yes.
I just have a question for
Campbell.
Alex. Hey, Alex, at Moose Street, you have symbology that says potential location for, but it doesn't say for what. Can you let me know what your idea is there?
So that white oval represents some sort of, whoa, that's different. Either a signal or a roundabout, one of the two.
Thank you.
You're gonna give me a headache, Alex.
Okay. It's a secondary amendment, right?
Yeah.
Further discussion on the secondary amendment? Is there objection? Yeah, go ahead.
I think I'm going to oppose this just because I think we're getting too far down the rabbit trail. But I mean, if that frontage road goes in, that makes a lot of sense and you have signal there, but it's like if. So at this point, I think I would just stick with not requiring that. And when DOT gets this, if they see that option, then, maybe they do it. But I just feel like there's too many ifs to support that right now.
Further discussion on the secondary amendment? I guess that was an objection, was it?
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the secondary amendment. Okay, if I can get the members in the room, did you vote again? Did you just vote again?
Yeah. Yes, I did vote again.
Okay, don't touch for a second, just for a second. Okay, if I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote again. Go ahead, Assemblymember McGee.
It's good. Here it is. I'm not hitting yellow. I'd like to.
Let's see what happens. Assemblymember Pfaffenauers, can I get you to vote on the secondary? Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Hale in support.
Now we're back to the
Primary as amended.
Discussion on the primary. Assemblyperson Pfaff.
Question to Alex. What is a recommended distance between the controlled intersection if between the Moose and Grayling? I'm gonna measure right now what the footage is if to eliminate to lower the traffic on that specific intersection, and if it'd be a good idea now that having the frontage there, if the Grayling intersection might be an option.
Madam Mayor, thank you. So you're asking the distance from one like signalized intersection to another signalized intersection?
Signalized or roundabout. What I'm saying is because we know the quarter mile for the just there, but what is preferred distance for that?
1 mile.
It looks like we have 2,500 feet, which is how much now? Half a mile? Okay, so it's half a mile right now, so, okay.
Further discussion on the primary motion.
It is a primary amendment.
Yeah, right. I guess you're right, it is. We're far away from the primary motion.
Could you read the primary motion?
There's a primary amendment? Yes. There should
I
be a
can do my
primary-
best.
Yeah, good.
I can't write as fast as everybody can talk. So basically, the primary amendment is to extend the frontage road from Bear Street to Grayling Street, to add a secondary option, the Birch access to North Bear, third option, East King Salmon to East Pike down Grayling. Fourth is to construct Grayling from East Pike, that's where my question mark is, but I was going to listen to the audio, to Chinook Avenue.
Okay,
Those are different options that they have on this. The first option is the frontage, to extend the frontage from Grayling, from
Bear.
Bear to Grayling, and then there's 3 other options.
So when you say voting on the,
This is all one
It's all
package.
one packet.
It's all together. So if you vote yes, you voted for all 4 of those items.
Lonnie, sorry, I got distracted. Are we on amendment 2, correct?
We're on segment C, number 2, primary amendment as amended, correct?
Okay. And what'd you say about the options? Because this one doesn't have all these options.
They
Correct?
got added by Assemblymember Nowers
And passed by.
and passed.
Okay.
Approved by the assembly. Yeah. Okay. All righty. Everybody ready? I think we have an objection. Do we? Maybe we don't. Do we have any objection? I see a hand. Okay.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the primary amendment as amended. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
You used it too much tonight. It's not,
Oh, there we go.
okay.
Madam Mayor, it passed unanimously.
Okay. I thought we had an objection. Okay. I must have been seeing things. Okay. Alrighty, so now we're ready for 3.
We are in segment C, number 3.
Okay. Discussion on C number 3. That's the motion that's on the floor. Assemblyperson Hours?
Just going to say, just to clarify, I think I have this straight in my head, because we passed 2 and that includes East Pike, we can just remove this language and it's still there. It's just not the preferred option.
Okay.
I'm having a question for clarification. Now that the Pike has been added there, this would remove that route. Does that affects that, the option number, removes the option number 4, is that correct? The 4th lower.
Yeah, I think the net effect is just that option is still in there. It's just moved down as a alternative. So we should vote to remove this language.
Is that a motion to strike segment C, number 3?
I'm just suggesting we vote yes on 3 to remove that language to adopt that amendment as written.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that there does seem to be confusion about what this would even do. So I think this is kind of an argument for, like, we need to have camp edited after all these amendments are made, so we would be sure of what we're voting for, and then everyone agreed on it. So I'll probably, at the end of all these amendments, be moving to postpone camp.
Madam Mayor.
Assemblyperson Pauna?
Alex, is this 3 removing that was part of related to 2? So what does this do? Does that remove that secondary, third area, or fourth area option of the of that intersection? Is that correct? Or no? Because I want to know what I'm voting for.
Go ahead, sir.
Through the mayor, I believe that with Assemblymember Nauer's amendments, that this option of bringing it up to Pike Avenue is in there, and that you could go ahead and approve amendment number 3, which would eliminate the other language regarding that.
Will it eliminate the Pike option or no?
So the amendment that you just adopted would actually still have an option to bring it all the way up to Pike and have that roundabout thing. So it would be redundant if you left this language in there.
Would it, what about King Salmon option? Because
so King Salmon, that road really is in not good shape at all, and it has a substandard bridge that fire trucks cannot get across. And I think a big reason this has not been improved is because of the right-of-way issues associated with that illegal plat that was done in 1962. I think if you were to extend north of Pike Avenue and use that as the way to get people out of there, then it would necessitate that road be upgraded.
So how can I amend this amendment to eliminate that 4th option, the Pike and King Salmon, so that is not completely on the table and not one of the options, because we have, I believe, 3 better ones before it.
To the mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
I believe that if we get a road project and we're closing off Grayling Street, and we explore Frontage Road and it doesn't work, and we explore Birch Acres and it doesn't work, and we explore Chinook, bring it up to Chinook and it doesn't work, and now we're looking at extending it north to Pike Avenue, I think it will be, whether you have it in here or not, it will be obvious that East King Salmon Drive needs to be upgraded. So I think you can have language to have that in there, or you can take it out. Either way, it's going to have to be done. That makes sense.
I guess I did. How do we make this amendment so that the Pike is not one of the options, I guess? I don't want, that's, because that seems like, for one, it's the distance, there's a bridge, there's many things. Why can number 3 amendment be to eliminate that option number 4 altogether, or what is it as it's written now? How does this affect us? I'm not understanding, so.
So it is my understanding that bringing it up north to Pike was included in that previous amendment. So that
It
is
was.
in there
Yeah.
currently.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble.
So Alex, what you just said was even if we did take that language out, if the first 3 options weren't viable, that's still going to be an option, whether you leave the language in or not.
Yeah. So
Go ahead, sir.
So if you do extend it north to Pike, I suppose there would be a decision that needs to be made whether you go east on King Salmon Drive or west on Pike Avenue. That would have to be a decision that would be made. So I guess you would have options if you did just leave it to extend north to Pike. You'd have options on whether to go west or east.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is just a plan. All options are still on the table at all times until there's actually a project. And I think we're getting a little bit too deep into the weeds here. And what's happening right now is a prime example of why we should have all our amendments written out with little maps and labels and drawings before we try and do this kind of stuff and doing it on the fly like this.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner, comments? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you had your hand up before I recognized Assemblyperson Hale. So, okay, Assemblyperson McKee, do you have your light on?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm an Alaskan all my life, and I don't like people telling me what to do. But I'm at a point where I have absolutely no clue what this last part of this is what we're doing. If this is just a plan, why don't we just leave it up to you guys to make the plan, include the stuff? It's right there where we can see it, like Tim was saying. I can get what's that, but this other stuff is like a shot in the dark for me. Sorry about that, but it is.
Assemblyperson Hours, comment?
Just think we could vote yes on this amendment, and then, given what Max is going to do, we'll get a clean copy and look at it in August.
All right, I'm okay with that.
Objection to segment C, number 3.
Okay, any objection to the amendment on C3? Any? Okay. All right, okay, all right, didn't hear any there.
And Madam Mayor, because of the previous motion to divide the question, we're going to skip segment D4 and move to segment E5, and then we'll do D4 very last.
Okay, so now, and we don't have a motion to take each one of these separately. like-
We do. We're on segment E5.
Oh, so it was through 8, okay, all
Yep,
right.
it was.
Yeah, thank you for
Good
helping
number.
me.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now you have on the table segment E, number 5. Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, we asked for staff to prepare, a concise document outlining these amendments. And we, separately also asked for some staff comments on them. And if you read the comments on segment E, it says staff comments, the previous one, some of them did say we recommend adoption. This one does not. It says Jacksnipe Drive is approximately 700 feet from Schrock Road intersection and does not meet recommended intersection spacing. So, I'd like to hear the rationale for why we should move this amendment, but, I think that we should be really cautious about changing a plan that was developed by engineers and staff for political reasons.
Okay, Assemblyperson.
Okay,
on up.
we're on segment E5, correct? Yeah,
We're amendment number 5 under segment E.
correct.
Okay,
So just so you know, I on daily basis access these roads are really well. So there's certain things that just were because they were put on the table when you actually drive those things and show it in person. It is some of it did not make sense. This one, the other options through the snow goose and everything getting out is just it's a really long route and it'll will send more traffic. I would like to make amendment on this one, instead of removing the cul-de-sac, change that to a right in, right out on there, which is not going to affect the traffic flow, but it will give, so that it's a very dense subdivision in that area with a half-acre lots, so that the people that are turning right, they can still access the to get out onto the Selden. So that's an amendment. Instead of changing that cul-de-sac to right in, right out is my amendment for secondary amendment to.
Secondary amendment then. Okay, so there's a secondary amendment now on segment E5. Discussion on that secondary amendment. Assembly person hours.
I'll defer.
Okay.
Was Alex gonna, oh, you're just gonna bring it up on the map? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. That's what Little Bit thinks of it.
He doesn't even like it. Or maybe he does. I don't know.
Maybe that was his vote.
What's that mean?
I did look at this one. You're close to Schrock. I think a major thing of, okay. I think a major goal of this plan is to reduce the number of intersections so we don't have a Palmer-Wasilla Highway section happening. So I think that's why I wanted to keep the cul-de-sac there, since you're close to a near intersection. If we want to make a preferred alternative to that, if we can't do a cul-de-sac, if number 2 is having a right in, right out, I could support that, but I can't support eliminating the cul-de-sac as this is our goal. We're trying to get to that. If we take that away from the starting box, then we're gonna continue to end up with a lot of intersections and traffic problems that cause accidents. So I won't support this one.
Further discussion, Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, I would point out that this subdivision has, I think, 4 or 5 other accesses onto Schrock and Schrock, basically on the north end of it. So yeah.
Okay, all right.
My argument for the right in, right out, they're like the exits along the highway. They don't slow down the rest because you don't stop and you don't get traffic behind you stopping. So I don't think the right in, right out is because as soon as we don't have right in, right out, those traffics are going around different, and then potentially they actually have to make the left-hand turn. So we're actually making drivers take a lot more turns, potentially a left turn, and extending it. So I do think the arguments for right in, right out is good along this one with how dense it is.
Would you repeat the last part of what you just said?
How dense the subdivisions is, because we're going to send them to a different alternative options, which then maybe the cars that wouldn't have ever accessed that road, now they're accessing that road, which creates a whatever that word is. Yes. But right in, right out does not slow down the flow of the purpose of this corridor. If there's a space in between a car that are going on Selden 50 or whatever miles an hour, and the car gets out to the right. So I think that it doesn't slow down. People can't turn left from the Selden anyways, so.
Okay, further discussion on the secondary amendment? Is there, I think I heard objection, right? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Members in the room can vote on the secondary amendment for segment E, number 5. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Fonoff, McKee, and Hale in support, and now we are back on the primary segment E5.
Okay, discussion on the primary motion. Okay, is there any objection to the, okay, we do have objection.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the primary amendment as segment E, number 5. Assemblymember McKee? Assemblymember Hale?
No.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Fauna, Bernier, and McKee in support.
Okay.
We are now on
E6, huh?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, the bottom of the page there, huh? Okay. So we have E6, discussion, and it has a couple of different, well, I guess, 1, 2, 3 different segments on number 6. Discussion. Do we have any objection to amendment number 6? Oh, I need to give, I'm sorry, am I rushing you guys? Excuse me. I'm sorry, go ahead, Assembly
I
Person.
did look at this one, and I can see how this is one you might want to study more, but, and I think this goes with Amendment 7, but again, I think the preferred is what is in place in the plan right now, and the alternatives can be some of these other options, because the snow goose alignment is a little weird, but I think the preferred is the way it's in there right now, and we should just leave that. And then these other options, if, they get in there and start figuring it out, they might have to look at some of those other ones that have been mentioned. So I would just keep it the way it is now, vote against this.
Okay, Assembly Person Sumner or Fonoff, I don't know which one of you
Yes.
had your hand up first, sorry.
Old Squaw subdivision or the loop is, they had testimony from us, they had a whole petition from us. They never had accidents. They had a clear view both directions, very local traffic. Trying to build that road through the swamp, that'll cost multiple millions of dollars to connect to Pintail, which is a also problem intersection to start with. It is a horrible idea. When we met with staff, I believe, the spacing doesn't align, but that is, I did not see any valid points from the staff at that time that pushed back on this. We had a petition from the neighborhood. There was no accidents. There was a clear sight both ways. If you actually drive that or try to walk that to see that swampy land over here that you could see, it is just, we can build miles of roads probably instead of building that little section over there, which is almost longer than Old Squaw Loop itself.
Assembly Person Sumner, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I actually agree with both assembly members that already spoke. I think that this is a plan. It is not a project. It hasn't been funded. This is a pretty relatively straight section of road with very few accesses. I mean, the impact of making this change of removing this intersection and connecting to Pintail Drive would be pretty low. I think that this would be really, really, really low on the project list priorities for where you would spend your money. So the likelihood of this road ever actually being built is pretty low, or at least very low on the priority of what would be impactful in camp. But that's also a strong argument for why would we remove it from the camp? The goal is to remove intersections and create spacing. So, I mean, that's just my 2 cents, I guess.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment we are on number 6, and there's 1, 2, 3 different sections there. Is there objection?
Madam Mayor,
Oh, go ahead, sir.
yeah, I'd like to offer a secondary amendment, adding a new frontage road from Old Squaw Loop to the proposed realignment of Snow Goose. I could speak to it.
Did you get that?
Alignment or realignment?
Would you repeat that, sir, please?
Yeah, on the map, add symbols for a new frontage road from Old Squaw Loop to the realigned section of North Snow Goose. And if I could speak to it, I think it would be a whole lot easier to. I think it would be a whole lot easier to go along the frontage from Old Squaw Loop to the realigned Snow Goose than it would be to make this minor collector connection off the back end of the subdivision. That would remove access at Old Squaw Loop. It would solve both problems at the same time.
Do you have a question, ma'am? No. Okay, discussion on the secondary amendment. Is there object? Oh, somebody-
I'm sorry. I mean, it's only a 530-foot frontage road. It actually, and I'm not a road contractor, but it actually makes sense to me, instead of having two intersections on Selden, just to have a short frontage road that goes to North Snow Goose to East Selden. So I'm going to vote yes on the secondary amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
Assemblymember Hale, just a question for you. Was your intent to also delete the language in number 6 and just add that frontage road? Was that the intent? Assemblymember Hale?
I'm sorry, I'm still on mute. The language you're speaking of is this access to from Old Squaw Loop will be maintained via new roadway connection between North Old Squaw and East Pintail.
Correct.
Yes, yeah. So this would remove the cul-de-sac. This would remove the connection to East Pintail, and add a frontage from Old Squaw to the purple line drawn here for the new connection, Snow Goose. So a little yellow line going from Old Squaw to the little purple line.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Assemblymember Bernier, your mic is not on.
That is a good idea. Snow Goose, or Old Squaw dumps out onto a frontage up to Snow Goose and out. And no road through the swamp.
Okay, further discussion on the secondary motion. Is there any objection to the secondary motion? Seeing no objection, then secondary motion passes.
Now we're on the primary of segment.
Number 6. Okay, so now we're back to the primary on section E, number 6. Any objection to that as amended? Okay, I don't see or hear any, so then section E, number 6, as amended, has passed.
Now we're on segment E, number 7.
Okay, discussion on segment E, number 7. Any discussion, any amendments? Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I think with what we just did and with the staff recommendation, that we should vote this down and leave the preferred alternative as it is, to have the realigned Snow Goose just line up with, realigning Snow Goose to line up with hematite.
Is that a secondary amendment?
No, I'm just suggesting that we vote this one
Can I
down.
speak to that, please?
Assemblyperson Ponoff.
So I don't know how often residents of Palmer drive in that section, but I do that daily over there. That hematite connection right now, it is on a slope down. It is a very dangerous in. You can only see one direction. The Snow Goose is actually on a more of a top of the road where you could see direction both ways. So on paper, it looks okay. On reality, that is, you're turning onto onto the road from hematite. That is, you can only really see direction from one vehicles coming from one side. My proposal is to align hematite with a Snow Goose, which will put on top where it will, you can see things both ways on top. You're not starting to go into the Selden trying to go uphill. So, if you drive the road, if we were to postpone, and I invite anybody to challenge me on this one, they would see that. It's a lot different than what it is proposed on paper.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
I mean, I think we've hashed this before, and I actually agree with Mr. Fonoff. I also would say that if this actually came to a project, there are rules for sight lines for intersections, and that alignment would not, as the road is built right now, would not meet those sight lines for safety. So I would offer a secondary amendment to to create the alignment of snow goose to hematite as a secondary option.
So what you're saying that option A would be to align the hematite to snow goose.
Sorry,
that's not.
So flip flop it. So what's in the camp right now would remain as the secondary option, and your proposed amendment would be the primary option. And if it got to the project state level, then
They have two options.
They would have two options, and I assume that whichever one is the safest and cheapest would.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
Okay, ready? Discussion.
that is a secondary amendment
To make it to make the alignment the primary option.
to make Mr. Farnham's amendment the primary option and the existing camp proposal as the secondary option.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I just have a question about that intersection, maybe for staff. When you look at it on the map, it looks like you turn onto Snow Goose and then you have like a driveway right there. Like you have a road and a driveway. Is there a way, if we keep that intersection, is there a way to, it just doesn't seem very safe or ideal. Is there a way to resolve that if we keep that Snow Goose to Selden? Or Max knows this.
Well, Miss Nauer, if you have to drive by there, it's actually almost like a parking lot where it's all just like the road and no ditch, just goes straight across, all gravel.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My understanding is that we are working on a project in this area, and I believe Mr. Adams would be the best to talk about all the ins and outs of this particular area.
Okay, Tom? Go
And
ahead.
Alex, can you move the map so we can see as we're discussing this on your computer, please?
So to the mayor,
Go ahead.
Tom Adams, Public Works Director, I did tell Alex that if he let me out of the box, we might be in trouble. So I'm really encouraged that we have as many engineers and transportation planners on our assembly. I just wasn't aware. I'll try to keep it short because there's a lot to be said about where we're heading on this. And I think some of you have recognized the fact that this is a plan and you're probably dialing in too many details. And I think Mr. Fonoff recognized it earlier. If we keep delaying the decision and the discussion, I mean, there's just going to be opportunity for more amendments. We're going to be at this forever. And while there's not necessarily a dire need to adopt this tonight, there's a reasonable expectation that we quit having discussion and let the experts and the folks that have brought this document to you do their jobs. That being said, along this particular segment, yes, this segment of Selden Road from Wasilla-Fishhook all the way to Lucille, we received Community Transportation Program grants. It's a federally funded program. So we're in the midst right now of exercising a maintenance and match agreement with DOT. It'll bring about $30 million to bear to allow us to further evaluate this corridor. To conduct the studies that typically take place during preliminary engineering to really define the issues that need to be resolved, and then provide the details of how to resolve them through design. So while this document looks pretty, there's not a mandate to follow what it says. There's nothing that says we can't do something different. When we collect the information that affords us to make proper decisions, we will have that discussion at that time. So these are all reasonable things to change some of these. The hematite realignment to snow goose, it's a reasonable discussion. Whether it shows up on this map now or is something that's determined in design, I think we should probably let that happen when we collect the right amount of information. I could tell you the reason that that wide area is there is because for those that have been around long enough, Selden Road used to terminate right here. It used to come in from the east and used to terminate right here at Snow Goose. It did not go further. So ultimately, when the road was extended, that's where it picked up, and that cul-de-sac just kind of remains from its historical existence. So, yes, we will take a look at whether or not hematite should be shifted over to align with Snow Goose, or whether there's a way to align Snow Goose over to hematite. You know, the basic premise of this entire document is to recognize that Selden Road is a major east-west corridor. It's the only east-west corridor that will get you from Palmer out to Pittman. Parks Highway will certainly do that, but we know the challenges of that situation. So when we take a peek of what Ms. Nauer said, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when Selden Road becomes our next Palmer-Wasilla Highway, you know, we're trying to anticipate what that looks like. We all know the challenges of what Palmer-Wasilla Highway looked like 20 years ago, even 10 years ago before the third lane was added. We need to minimize the number of side roads, number of driveways, so that when this road does look to becoming a 40, 50 mile an hour travel speed, we don't have those differentials in speed that occur when people do turning movements. So while, you know, it's not always fun to see an access being shut down, or, you know, you don't think it makes sense. You know, there's various reasons why things need to make sense, and not just because you drive by it, whether you live in Wasilla or Palmer, and try to, you know, on the cuff, try to make decisions that have been hashed out by others. So I guess I'll get off my bandwagon, but I would say that I would encourage you to take a look at this document. And while it would be fun to continue to manipulate some of the drawings, at some point we need to let this plan go through and serve as a guiding document for the decisions that will be ultimately made through preliminary engineering and design.
Okay, further discussion on the secondary amendment? Do we have an objection to the secondary amendment? I don't see any, I guess. So secondary amendment has been adopted. So now you have the primary amendment on E7. Further discussion? Is there any objection to E7 as amended? Hearing none, then E7 has been adopted. The next item on the floor then is segment 5, number 8.
Segment F, number 8.
I'm sorry?
Segment F, number 8.
F, number 8. What did I say?
5.
Oh, 5. I don't want to go back there. Thank you. Segment 5, number 8. Discussion on that amendment? Any objection to that amendment?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I'm just getting over feel like Dad just came in the room and gave us the runabout. But he's right, you know, we're trying to create a good plan. If the goal is to reduce intersections and line up intersections, this is a good way to do it. I think we should leave this one alone. It lines up the intersection, and if it's not doable, it doesn't make sense when we get to that point, then we can look at an alternative, but we should stick with what's in the plan and vote this down.
Further discussion on amendment number 8. Any objection? Okay,
Yeah, I have.
all right.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on segment F, number 8. Assembly Member Hale.
No.
Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assembly Member Fonoff, Bernier, and McKee in support.
Okay. Ready? So now we have completed that, so we're back to segment D, Assemblyperson Fonoff.
Which one you said?
We're on segment D.
Number 4.
D4. Yes, on that one, I will ask, I think, Mr. Assembly Bernier to move forward because I did not understand completely the rules of culture, so I'm going to excuse myself on this one. And then there's, testimony and some of the paperwork has been, is this the one we're talking about or no?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
And
okay.
please state your conflict, please.
My brother or his company owns the storage.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you can be excused while we discuss this. Thank you. Okay, and Deputy Mayor, are you making the motion?
Madam Mayor,
Oh, sorry.
I think we need to, if
Oh.
since Assemblymember Fawnoff has a conflict of interest on this, I think you need to rule the original one out of order and have Assemblymember Bernier remove it.
Okay, all right. So the original motion prior to the separation of the two motions, I will rule out of order. And then on the floor, is there presently another motion for segment D? Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I'd like to amend.
Just go ahead and read D4 into the record. Segment D4.
We're on D4.
Remove recommendation and map symbols for tax ID 7592000 lot 001 driveway access realignment with Tate Drive in section 4.5.4.5 page 38.
Okay, ready? Discussion on the motion.
I'd like to speak that. The
Yeah.
reason being is with the grade of that lot, their driveway and entrance into the storage area, they have a 92-foot area now to pull in. A lot of times people moving, they're having trailers, trucks, that type of stuff. The proposed one that would line up with Tate was only like 22 or 26 feet, I believe. A typical vehicle is like 20 feet long. Like when I do garage slabs and I'm lining up the drain and stuff for catching water, I use 20 feet for.
Okay. Further discussion on the yes, Assembly Person.
Ask for assistance from staff. Does this parcel touch Grumman Circle?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do believe this parcel does touch Grumman Circle, although I think it's pretty steep to access that.
Okay, further discussion, Assembly Person Hours.
Also sort of a question for staff just on process. So we pass this plan and we say, okay, we want this driveway closed off. Like what effectively, like DOT isn't going to go next day and revoke a driveway permit. Like they could work with the property owner to say, okay, X, Y, or Z. I mean, how does that work in practical, that they make sure that this property owner is compensated in some way or given a equal access if that driveway is closed off?
So through the
Go ahead,
mayor,
Joe.
Assembly Member Nowers, I mean, we have a representative here from DOT. He's the Matsu area planner. You're right. I mean, any of these things on here doesn't mean tomorrow, if you were to choose to adopt this plan, that we're going to go start initiating action. This is one of the better segments with respect to conflicts. DOT's basically suggested that, they're not concerned necessarily with this right now, but again, in the interest of how the camp, the access management plan is to reduce accesses. So in the long range plan, you would want to try to align accesses to avoid offsets or to remove driveways. So would it be ideal to close one and relocate it? Yes, absolutely. Does it mean that it's going to happen tomorrow, next week, next month, next year? DOT has the right, like any issued driveway permit, they can revoke it, if they deem it necessary to do so, whether it's on this plan or not.
Further discussion. Okay, is there objection to the motion? Okay, we do have an objection, Madam Clerk?
The members in the room can go ahead and vote. You're voting on the amendment for segment D, number 4. Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to get this tie vote, and then you can either vote or not vote.
Okay.
It was a tie vote with Assemblymember Bernier, Assemblymember McKee, and Assemblymember Gamble in support, and Assemblymember Hale, Assemblymember Sumner, and Assemblymember Nowers opposed.
Okay. Yeah, my concern, I guess, because I looked at this quite a bit, is to have Tate Street dead end into Selden, and then try to have that new entrance into those storage units. Coming east on Selden, or coming west on Selden, you could have a car that was turning right off of Tate. You could have somebody trying to get in to the storage unit, and having somebody coming from West Selden on to East Selden. And I don't see how you can do that. So if Tate didn't dead end there, then I could see where you could have some, you would want to change it. But I don't know, most people that go into storage units don't have a little Volkswagen car, So I want to leave the entrance to that storage unit where it is now.
So you were voting yes?
Yep.
You're voting yes, so it passes.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you go grab Assemblymember?
Okay, now we're back to the main motion finally, huh? Unless somebody else has some more.
I think I still had my technical amendments. I don't think we got to those last time, did we?
Oh, the ones that were on the desk tonight? Yeah. Yeah.
So if I could go ahead and make that amendment.
Let's wait till we get full body back, please. Okay, all right, so we're back all together here, and Assembly Person Hours has some amendments to
Hopefully
make.
there's the easy ones. I move to amend ordinance 25-054 Bogard Selden Corridor Access Management Plan as follows. Add a map symbol for a right in, right out intersection, orange circle at North Stringfield Road and East Bogard Road to both the interactive map and the plan documents map, figure 4, page 33. And then add a map symbol for a provide left turn lane, green triangle intersection at North Berries Resort Drive and East Bogard Road in both the interactive map and the plans document map. And that's actually figure 5, page 35, not figure 4, page 33 is written. And then add language to section 4.4.4.8, page 30 as follows. Construct median opening and left turn lanes at East Bogard at Berries Resort and Dolly Varden. And if I could just speak briefly to these. When I was looking at the plan, both these intersections didn't have a triangle, they didn't have an X, they didn't have anything marked. So when I asked staff what the plan was for those were just inadvertently left out. So this just leaves in what was recommended by staff for both these intersections.
Okay. Yep, please.
Staff supports these changes.
Okay, all right. Further discussion on, let's see, what amendment number are we on?
These aren't any numbers. These aren't numbered.
Oh, but aren't we all numbered from the very beginning of the ordinance?
No, that was just on Assemblymember Farmhouse, big amendment.
Right, but I mean, generally when we have an ordinance and somebody makes an amendment, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and his amendments were all numbered. But did we have any
Nine, I
amendment?
believe we're on
We can
number
make it number
nine.
9 if we want to. That's fine.
I'm sorry, Assemblyperson Hale, what'd you say?
Oh, well,
I said I believe this one would be number 9.
Okay, thank you. Yep, that's, you and the clerk agree, so we will agree with you. Thank you. All righty, so on amendment number 9, discussion. Any objection? Okay, so amendment number 9 has passed. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Assemblyperson Fanoff, did you want to say something?
I didn't hear exactly because I just got in what exactly we were adding, so I didn't get a chance to make a decision which way I wanted to vote.
Well, we can go back to, so do you have the amendment? Does he have the amendment and the staff had said they didn't have any objections? I'll give you a minute, sir, sorry. We rushed into this when you were just coming back. Thanks, Mike.
This can be number 10.
Okay.
I don't know why they're numbered here.
I don't either.
Go ahead.
Are you okay, sir? Do you have an objection to amendment number 9?
Yeah, just for fun, yeah, I guess. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, all right. Okay, and then I guess then I will recognize you, Assemblyperson Fanoff, because you have another, let's see, you have here 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Madam Mayor, I would just call that amendment number 10. I do believe these were requested by staff.
Okay, for the
Were they-
whole page then, right?
Yes.
So the 2, 4, 5 on that one page will be combined into amendment number 10. Does everybody see that? It's Assemblyperson Fanoff.
Assemblymember Hale, I just emailed or texted it to you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Fanoff, do you want to speak to it or have staff
Some of
speak
these,
to it?
I guess staff can, but basically there was some naming change, whether it's just Larson or North Larson, some of the correction, technical amendments, and, because we're taking them all at once, correct?
Right, yeah, unless you would prefer since.
No,
you-
there's no reason to divide them. We already
Okay.
divided things enough.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, I believe that most of these are technical amendments. There is one quite substantive amendment at the very end, which is adding a controlled intersection. So that would be something that is not a technical amendment generated by staff. That
Oh,
was
and
prepared
number,
for Assemblymember Fanoff.
with the number 13 in front of it, is that the one you're saying? That's not a
perhaps.
technical amendment?
Okay, let me see. I don't-
Do you have a position on that one? Or would you prefer that we divide the question?
So,
Yeah.
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it is adding a controlled intersection at.
Right, on
North
East
Larson.
Selden and North Larson Elementary Circle.
So the recommendation of the plan is to keep controlled intersections a mile separated, and I don't believe this meets that. So that's where staff is on that. All the other ones are just technical amendments that were made as a comment.
Okay, all right. So let me ask Assemblyperson Fanoff, since I asked you to put them all together in number 10, do you want to divide those two? I don't know,
I
parliamentary
don't-
procedure, maybe we can't do it, so don't look at the clerk. She's shaking her head no.
Well, I'm trying to say there's no motion on the floor. This has not been.
Oh, I
moved.
thought he moved it.
No, he
Oh.
has not read this into the record.
Oh, okay,
So
oh,
it-
I'm really jumping
All right,
ahead. Okay.
Lonnie, can you
Yeah.
read the amendment would be 10 through 12 will against, and this 13 would be a number 14. So
Okay.
let's get the other ones out of the thing and then
Okay.
So you
Well,
want
we
me to
got
read
back
9
in.
through 12 together and
Yeah.
then leave 13 on its own? Okay.
Okay.
Assemblymember Fanoff moves to amend ordinance 2554, Brevard Selden Corridor Access Management Plan with administrative corrections as follows. In section 4.5, replace incorrect naming of North Larson Elementary School as follows. Section 4.5, page 37, to North Larson Elementary Circle. Section 452, page 37, North Larson Elementary Circle. Section 4546, page 39, North Larson Elementary Circle. In section 4.5, replace incorrect naming of East Village Loop as follows. Section 4544, page 38, East Village Loops. Section 4546, page 39, 2 instances, East Village Loop. In section 4545, page 38, correct spelling of Tate Drive, existing access to storage unit business should closed and moved aligned with Tate Drive. On the web-based interactive map in segment D, add map symbol showing preferred new connection of East Porcupine Trail to East Serendipity Loop. That is amendment number 10.
Well, doesn't amendment number, I mean, the number 11 there, doesn't that just violate what we just passed? Huh?
Yeah, that one, I don't know how that number 11, I think that one is.
That's in violation of the motion the Assembly just passed.
That,
Huh? What'd you say?
It would be editing language that's being eliminated, so I don't think it's really substantive.
Correcting the misspelling.
it's a correcting a name of the spelling, not
Oh, the spelling.
of the
I'm
street.
sorry. Yeah, spelling. Okay. All right. Okay. Alrighty. Discussion on number 10, which on your sheet of paper is number 9, 10, 11, and 12. Any objection? Okay. And so that passes, and then Madam Clerk.
Did you want me to read the next one in? Okay. Assemblymember Fanoff moves to amend ordinance 25054, segment D, section 454, page 38 through 39. Add a controlled intersection on Selden Road at North Larson Elementary Circle. Add related map symbol to the plan document, figure 6, page 41, and web-based interactive map.
Okay. So
I-
I have that is amendment number 11.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Speak
want.
to it, sir.
Yes, although Alex briefly touched, what I want to say, this is very needed there for the reason that if you look, Alex, if you scroll it down just a little bit to show the school, the fields, and everything else that is met. As you can see, the cul-de-sac of the village loop, I mean, that road that is currently there between the Wasilla Fishhook and the Larson Elementary will be eliminated. There's the Porcupine to Serendipity will be connected, which is, I don't know why it's not on this drawing over here. Now we have a lot of local traffic, and during the school hours, and I don't have conflict of interest because my kids don't go to that school anymore, but they used to. And getting out of that school parking lot with all this sometimes additional sport activity and things like that, trying to make in the left turns when you have several school buses going is a nightmare. So for safety of the kids, and just because it doesn't meet the spacing, the reality, things on paper don't always line up with the reality. It would be safer to have that to be a controlled intersection. Those the school buses and the local traffic that will be accessing from the subdivision could get out safely onto Selden. So we're changing it to for it to be a whichever method will be, whether it's a cul-de-sac or probably it'd be a street light, because that would make more sense during the school hours. It will be so let get all the traffic out, because then it backs up real far, which then people that are bringing kids and dropping off to school, then they take the Serendipity loop to go through a local subdivision to send more traffic, of whom we've heard from several people, because then people that could easily get out onto the Selden, now they're taking a longer route through a very local subdivision just to speed up their process. So I think this will eliminate a lot of problems by making that a controlled intersection.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could ask for some clarification from Alex, or staff, which is Alex. What's the blue triangle? Because I see on our diagram the green triangles, but I don't know what the blue triangle is.
Yeah, so I can click on this little thing here. Wow.
Says provide right turn lane.
Yeah, it's a right turn lane. I don't know why I can't get it going. But it currently has a right turn lane, and the blue triangle is to preserve that right turn lane essentially. So
Further discussion? Yes.
Can I
Yeah,
propose an amendment?
Sure.
I'd like to see an overpass.
I'll support that.
Joking.
Pardon?
Was he joking?
I don't know. Is that, no, I guess he's joking.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I apologize. So the blue triangle is to provide a right turn lane. Apparently it has a left turn lane, but this would provide a right turn lane. So like a turn pocket to get into there.
So if somebody on Selden is going east, are they going to be able to turn right into Larson?
What this plan suggests is that a right turn lane could be provided, like an additional lane for somebody to get out of the way of traffic and turn right there.
And if they're coming out of Larson, can they turn left on Selden? Yes, okay, I see
is
a
right
yes
now,
back
yeah.
there. Okay, good. Thank you, Adam.
So this does not change the flow of traffic, it's how it flows. Because when it's becoming micro highway, then the people are moving faster. So when you had school buses, if you try to follow school bus, they need a lot more space to get out onto the road when they're making a left or right turn for that matter, but specifically left. And then you have all that congestion. And like I said, then we have a lot of people that are taking Serendipity Loop all the way through, going through however 80 or 60 homes over there, causing a lot more traffic just so they can escape faster to make it to work. I think this is a safety issue that will benefit the residents of both subdivisions and the school.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, maybe I could ask for some assistance from Tom on this one, but do you know why the engineers did not put a controlled intersection there because of the school traffic?
Want to hear a little fun story? So I've lived long enough in this area that I actually designed the segment from Wasilla Fishhook to Bogard. I actually designed the channelization that had to go in place when that school went in that we're talking about, both here and down at the Seward Meridian. So I got a little bit of history here. But from this perspective and this discussion right now, the spacing, it comes down to spacing. You know, when you're in an urban environment, you know, people will say, well, you know, you can put signals at very close spacing, like in Anchorage, when you enter Anchorage. Well, there's a reason. It's called progression. You know, those signals are timed and to allow people to travel at the speed and they move through those signals. Or the signals are timed so that when you leave a red light and you travel at the right speed, you actually arrive at the next light at the right time for it to turn green on you. We don't have that out here in this rural environment. When we start putting signals, I mean, we've been complaining about Midtown, right? Now it's a little bit different thing here, but when you put that close spacing signals together, it creates some problems. And, you know, from this perspective, and I'll just, you know, not that to punt this to Adam, but this is DOT section, you know, so I can't really obligate us putting a signal on DOT section because, you know, whether, again, I'll go back to the same thing, whether or not we put a symbol on a plan. When DOT goes to do an improvement project, it's highly unlikely they're going to honor a symbol that says put a traffic signal here.
Further discussion or questions of staff on amendment number 11? Thank you. Any objection to amendment number 11? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then amendment number 11. So have we all caught up with everything that had been proposed before this evening? Okay, so now you have before you, let me even get back to what this we originally started here on. Ordinance 25-054 as amended. Is there any further amendments? Yes, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I would move postpone this until staff can edit the document so we can see what all of our amendments actually did.
Okay.
I mean, the question would be 8.5. I'm getting a head nod, so 8.5.
Is that 8.5 realistic? Okay. Is that okay then with your motion if they say it's realistic? Okay. Any objection to the motion to postpone until August 5th? Assemblyperson Summers?
I feel comfortable enough with what we passed and with the way this plan works to just be done with this. I feel like by August 5th, it's going to be somewhat out of my head. So I'll just make a pitch, like, let's just vote this and get it passed tonight.
Further discussion on the motion to postpone? So I guess we have an objection, Madam Clerk?
Can I get the members in the room to vote on postponement? Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
She did something.
Can I get the members in the room to go ahead and vote again? Hold on. Assemblymember Nowers, you got it? Okay. There we go.
Okay, so it passes. with
Madam Mayor, it passes with Assemblymember, oh, no, Fonoffs isn't there. Assemblymember Fonoff, what is your vote? Instead of redoing it, I'll do a voice
Let's
vote.
see.
Oh, that's why I didn't want to do that.
3. Max didn't support me. I'll still vote yes.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Gamble and Nowers opposed.
Okay. Alrighty, so now we're ready to move on, huh? So there are no vetoes. We do have some introductions for new business. Clerk?
Introduction for a public hearing on July 15th, ordinance 25068, and ordinance 25077 with accompanying resolution 2564, ordinance 2578 with accompanying resolution 2565, ordinance 2580.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for July 15th, 2025.
Is there any objection? Discussion? Hearing no objection, then the legislation has passed. The next item on our agenda is the vacancy report. Deputy Mayor?
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. Enhanced 911 Advisory Board, resignation of Jared Eason and Melissa Sonek. Health and Social Service Board, resignation of Kathy Johns Swartz. Historical Preservation Commission, Carla McBride. Joint Assembly School Board Committee on School Issues, Bill Gamble. Local Emergency Planning Committee, resignation of Jared Eason and Melissa Sonek. Plating Board, Michael Gilson.
Discussion by the Assembly? Any objection? Hearing no objection, the vacancy report has been approved. There is no other new business. There are no referrals. But Madam Clerk, we have a reconsideration.
It's ordinance 2546, an ordinance and amending MSB 1760 conditional uses to include permit requirements and standards for homeless shelters.
Assemblyperson Hale, do you want to move to reconsider the legislation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to reconsider ordinance 25-046. I have an amendment which you should all have before you that I would like to be considered.
Okay. We'll vote on the reconsideration, sir, first. So is there any discussion on the reconsideration? Is there any objection to reconsidering it? Okay, hearing no objection, then the legislation is being reconsidered at this time. And I'll recognize you, Assemblyperson Hale, to do your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to amend ordinance 25-046 to allow for the renewal of subject conditional use permits, such that it reads as follows. Section D, renewal of conditional use permit. Subsection 2, continuation of the use beyond the expiration date shall require submission and approval of a conditional use permit renewal application in accordance with this subsection. Subsection 4, an application for renewal of conditional use permit. Hang on, my computer's doing something funny. An application for renewal of conditional use permit issued under MSB 1760-125 shall meet the following requirements. A, the request for renewal shall be in a form provided by the planning department. B, a written narrative and all applicable documentation showing the operation is in full compliance with all conditions of the permit shall accompany the application form. C, the fee is established by the assembly shall accompany the application form. And D, the renewal application with all required information shall be submitted at least 9 months prior to the expiration of the permit. Subsection 5, public hearing before the planning commission shall be conducted within 90 calendar days of the acceptance of complete application for renewal in accordance with MSB 1703, public notification, except that the notification area shall be 1/2 mile from the exterior of the boundary of the property that is the subject of the application. A, while considering the renewal of an application, the commission shall consider 1, whether the operation is in full compliance with all conditions of the permit. 2, the effectiveness of measures of the existing permit to reduce negative effects upon adjacent properties. And 3, whether the operation has been harmful to the public health, safety, convenience, and welfare. B, while considering the renewal of an application, the commission shall not consider 1, separation distances from uses listed in NSB 1760-125B2, which were established after the conditional use. If I may speak to it.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Go ahead and speak.
Yeah, so when we first were considering this, I know the assembly member Nowers would have liked to have seen a renewal. After the meeting was over, I started thinking about it, and if through no fault of the permit holder, a business moved in that nullified their permit, if they had to go through a brand new conditional use permit, they would be denied, and any investment that they made in property, infrastructure, whatever, would then be basically wasted. And while the borough is not going to be doing these kind of things, nonprofits get most of their money from grants, which typically come from the taxpayer. So we'd be wasting the taxpayer's investment by denying a new conditional use permit after 10 years of operation through an issue that was no fault of the permit holder.
Okay. Further discussion by the assembly on the amendment. Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for the borough attorney. If we, as the ordinance was originally passed, if we do not pass this amendment, do we open ourselves up to, in your opinion, lawsuits as it was originally passed?
You don't seriously expect me to ever say yes to that question in public. No.
Touche.
When you were talking about the permanent renewal last time, and I cautioned against a shorter time period than 10 years, one of that is because under planning laws with the investment-backed expectations. I think what Assemblymember Hale's amendment does is it says, hey, basically right now, it's a hard prohibition. There is no exception to be made. The Planning Commission cannot approve one if it's within the prohibited distance. And I think what his amendment does here is say, well, look, if someone's in existence and something comes after the fact, then that hard prohibition does not apply, but the Planning Commission is still able to take into account things such as the character and integrity of what's going on, whether the neighborhood has changed. The classic example of something that would be allowed, but the neighborhood has changed, so it went away, is the Chicago stockyards. Chicago used to be full of meat processing plants on the south side. And as residences grew and the neighborhoods changed, they all got denied continuing permits. And they all moved on. So that's a very long answer, but the answer is no. I don't believe this would subject us to lawsuits.
Further discussion on the amendment? One person, go ahead. Thank you, McKee.
Oh, yeah, I have a question. When you subjected to a lawsuit by whom? The persons who are moving in and we would say, no, you can't do it, or the persons who've been doing for 10 years, whatever they should be doing, and we say, who, does that apply either way? Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, so the code clearly says that when you get your permit to operate one of these, you have to comply with these conditions.
Mhm.
And that permit expires after 10 years.
Yeah.
And then to get another permit, you have to go back through the entire permitting process. And what this does is this recognizes that the neighborhood may change around you, and it eliminates that hard prohibition of being within X many feet of the prohibited use.
How long does it take to get a new any conditional use permit, and how much does it cost? Alex? Sounds like a big deal to me. I hate paperwork, but go ahead.
Stan, go ahead, sir.
Through the mayor. So generally, it's 2 to 3 months to get a conditional use permit.
Wow.
The fee is usually $1,500. However, there is the cost of putting together the application as well as the time commitment to getting it put together.
You're still frowning. Okay, okay. This assembly person hours discussion.
Yeah, I know we talked about this the last time, and I don't think there's a perfect answer here. I think this is a good one because it takes care of that problem of people being a good operation being denied renewal because all of a sudden they're out of compliance because something came in after them. You know, could there be some problems when the renewal happens and a few unhappy people nitpick them of not being in full compliance? I think that could happen, but I also think after 10 years, you're going to know whether you got a good apple or a bad apple, and this might streamline the process. So I think this is, what is the greatest enemy of good is perfect. I think this is good. Thanks, Tim.
Deputy Mayor, can I ask you to extend this a little bit past 10 o'clock to finish up?
I move to extend this meeting 10:15.
Okay. Any objection to extending the meeting to 10:50? Okay, seeing none, then okay, go ahead. Any further discussion on the amendment? Oh, I'm sorry, Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that, our land use regulations don't extend to the cities of Palmer and Wasilla or Houston. Is that correct? Yeah. So, I mean, we are creating, this conditional use permit is for if someone want to build a homeless shelter outside of, or a opioid treatment center outside of, those cities. So, without this amendment, it would make it harder to build a homeless shelter outside of the cities. But with this amendment, I think that it'll make it easier. So, whichever way you want to vote based on that.
Okay, further discussion, Assemblyperson Campbell?
Well, I need a little bit more than you think. I mean, can you give me some examples of how it's going to make it easier? Because to me, I mean, it looked like a decent amendment. It doesn't really change how one gets established. It just changes the length and the renewal process. And as long as they're being a good neighbor and they're operating in accordance with their permit, then it gives them an opportunity to renewal. It just doesn't say at 10 years you're done. So, I mean, I'm all ears if you can explain to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's because the amendment said, as it's written, as it's currently passed, at 10 years, your permit expires, and then you have to get a new permit. So it would make it easier to make investment decisions if you could get a renewal, essentially, is my interpretation of it.
So,
Gamble, go ahead.
so are you a proponent or are you against the amendment?
I think I'm for it, actually.
Okay, thank you.
So if you didn't have them do a re-permitting process after 10 years, then you couldn't turn them down. And I guess it would be up to the borough to go and say, I'm sorry, a daycare moved in next door, you have to go. So they're kind of damned if they do and damned if they don't, because because $1,500 and then you said all the extra expenses that go along with that, for somebody who's doing everything right, why even have them do that? Why even subject them to that? I mean, if they're doing the right thing, just keep on trucking. What's the logic, I guess? Why are we doing this to these poor people that are trying to do the right thing?
These are not poor people, Miss McKee. These are millions of
Well,
dollars going through.
I'm saying anybody that's doing the right thing shouldn't be penalized, and this penalizes them.
Go ahead, staff.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this was an amendment that was adopted by the Assembly.
I know
The
that.
original document
I
didn't
didn't
have
like
an
it.
expiration, it didn't have a renewal. This was an amendment that was proposed and adopted. So
Yep.
that would be a question for the Assembly to ask themselves. Why did we do this?
Why did we do that? That's what I asked the last time.
Madam
Why are we
Mayor,
doing this? I didn't get an answer then
He
either.
thinks it's probably time to go home, I think. Assemblyperson Hale, I think you were trying to say something in there. We got off
Yeah,
down
I
a
can-
rabbit
I can-
trail
I can-
here.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So, right now, as it stands, if a liquor store moves within 1,000 feet of a permitted homeless shelter, and before the 10 years expire, at the end of that 10 years, they would lose their permit, period. What this does is it makes it so that if a liquor store moves in within 1,000 feet of a permitted homeless shelter, they don't necessarily lose their permit. They have some recourse to maintain that permit. So it makes things easier, Assemblymember McKee.
Okay. Further discussion. Somebody's light is
Oh,
on
I have
down
mine.
there. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, anybody else have any discussion? Assemblyperson Fawnoff.
I just think that by promoting these kind of businesses, it's kind of we're promoting the pattern of that kind of behavior. So I think these should be very difficult and complicated to get to, and if they are, there should be process or expiration date after they completed their task. It's a profitable business. There's a lot of money in this. Don't think that it's just there's millions of dollars behind it. There's a lot of grants. There's things like that. So the people that are getting into this is not just somebody who wants to just do something good. Yeah, they probably have that too, but I'm just saying. So that's why they want to propose the homeless shelters or drug clinics or anything like that.
Further discussion on the amendment. Deputy Mayor.
What does Anchorage have in place? Because it seems to be working so well for them.
I have no idea. Further discussion on the, yes, Assemblyperson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Hale.
I mean, that's why we voted on the original ordinance, was to have a process so that you can't just put a homeless shelter or a drug clinic anywhere you want, that there's an actual process where the public gets heard, and it goes through the planning commission, and it comes to the assembly before it gets approved. So I think if they do all that and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing after a certain period of time, there should be an easier path for them to continue. If not, then code compliance or the borough is going to say you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, or we don't think that what's going on there is appropriate, and they can shut them down. So I think this is a good amendment. I think Assemblymember Hale took his time and wrote this. And at the last meeting, we said if there was anything we could do later on to make this better, then that's a good thing. And I think this actually makes the ordinance better.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just want to give all the credit for writing it to the planning department. I just asked him to write me something.
Any further discussion? Do we have an objection to the, yeah, we do have an objection. Okay.
Can I get the members in the room to vote on the amendment? Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
It didn't pick up your vote again, Assemblymember. I'm going to do a voice
I
vote,
tried.
Madam Mayor. Let's
Okay.
actually, let me do it one more time. Go ahead and try to vote again, everybody in the room. Everybody in the room, go ahead and vote again, please. There we go. Madam Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Fawnoff, Bernier, McKee, and Sumner opposed.
Okay, so now we're back to the ordinance 25-046, because under the motion to reconsider, which we passed.
So we're on the main motion.
So we're on the main motion now. Discussion on the main motion. Any objection to passing ordinance 25-046? Okay, don't see any objections, so that ordinance is passed again by the assembly. Okay, now for parting comments, Mr. Attorney.
As salmon return to their streams, I'm going to be returning to my ancestral homeland. I'll be out of the office. I'll be missing the July 15th and August 5th meetings. I will be back for the August 19th meeting. I'm going to be traveling overseas.
Okay.
That's it.
Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments?
I just have to say, this is one of the most difficult assembly meetings I have ever attended as far as being able to understand what's going on. And what I would really like to have seen, instead of, a book of amendments, I think it would have been really cool for them, because some of these, they're really good suggestions. Obviously, Tom and Alex thought some of them they were thinking about. Why didn't we just send that to them and say, hey, you guys, look at this, come up with a thing where it says, we like this and listen this and this and this, and then we could vote on it, because now I don't have a clue. But I'm assuming we pay these guys enough money to keep them here, and so they know what they're doing. And so that's what I said. I don't usually like people telling me what to do, but I like to know what I'm being told. And I didn't get that from this hopscotch thing we did tonight. I would rather have gotten it from in that other way, where it's all consolidated, all of those questions and suggestions were in there, and then we get it for whatever that's worth. Probably nothing, but that would have been very helpful to me. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor, parting comments?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lord. We ask for your forgiveness. We praise you for your greatness. We are grateful for your mercy and grace. Thank you for your never-ending love. Please, Lord, bless us with wisdom so we may govern and lead with righteousness. We pray for our youth. Please give them ears to hear and hearts to receive your word. Please help our elders, our veterans. Please bless our troops and first responders. Please bring unity and love to our country. Please help the sick, the divided, the addicted, the broken. May we all receive your love and be healed. In Jesus' name, amen.
Assemblyperson Nowers, parting comments?
It was a challenging meeting. Between E6, F5, and D2, I'm going to pull out Battleship when I get home and try to sink the big one. Passing, hopefully on August 5th, we get to the point of passing this camp plan. I really think it's a major step forward to actually have direction to avoid the problems that cost us a lot of money and sometimes lives to fix. So this may be really boring, long-winded stuff, but I think it's amazingly important to avoid another Palmer-Wasilla highway that costs a lot of money in commerce and time, and it's maybe one of the very few things on the assembly where we haven't been reactive, and we're trying to, with restrictions, to create some direction to say this is what we want, and then knowing when you get into it that there might be a technical challenge or something where you have to make some compromises, but not just letting it direct us and then we respond with really expensive Bogart-Ingstrom intersections that still haven't been built, or 2 stoplights next to each other. So it's really momentous, and I want to just say thank you to all the people who worked on that plan and went through all that detail. So I did agree tonight with Tom when he was speaking to us coming in and being like, oh, well, this, that, after people have spent months looking at it and tried to come up with the best solution and knowing there's flexibility in there. So just that was a big deal. And I think this homeless opioid treatment thing is a big deal too. Now we have something in place, or we did, and now we do again, that at least we'll avoid a situation like they had in Big Lake where something pops up in a bad location. You know, the number of times you think nobody would ever do that. Nobody would ever put a racetrack right off the back of somebody's deck. Like, you know, common sense would dictate, but just having something in place so that we can keep this valley what we love about it. I guess I just think a lot about that as a person who lives out here. There's things we love about it, and your home is your castle. And being able to give residents the ability to have a say when something goes in next to them that may significantly impact their life. And I think the makers of that homeless opioid treatment, I want to thank you for that, because I think a lot of thought went into how do we locate those appropriately. And thank you to the staff for writing all of it. How we locate them appropriately and give people a voice, and at the same time allow a legitimate business to prove themselves. And if they're good, they can continue to stay in our community. So it's maybe a long night, but a good night.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So real quick, back to the fuel excise tax for just a second. Some of this is I'm just trying to keep information out there for you and the public in general about things that we're working on. So first of all, we heard under audience participation, somebody mentioned, well, maybe you can find a way to dedicate a tax. That is not correct. We don't have the ability to do that. Now, having said that, an assembly member has an interest, and we are working as a staff on developing a resolution for the assembly to consider that would direct me to prepare the budget in a certain way so that those revenues would be put into a proposed budget in such a way that you could consider it. It's not dedicating the tax, but it would give me direction about how you expect the budget to be prepared and how you expect those revenues to be used. So that will be coming forward soon. Cheyenne and I and Nick have talked, and we'll sit down and strategize that resolution. I would expect we will have that ready for the July 15th meeting when the ordinance goes up for public hearing so that you can see that together. The other thing is that I believe an assembly member will be sponsoring an amendment to sunset the fuel tax if it were to pass. So I do expect you will see that amendment as well on July 15th, and I'll just leave it at that. And if one of you or the sponsor wants to speak to that, then I'll leave that to you to do. I just want to make that aware because I've heard those two things come up over and over again. And so instead of waiting another month, let's just get the information out there about what we're working on so you kind of have an idea of how we're thinking about how to potentially address those questions and know that something's in the works. So we'll work on getting that filed as early as possible so it gets on the public record before that public hearing comes due. Enough on that. And then lastly, the updated camp. I'll make Alex's job just a little harder. I think we'll have those updates ready for you July 23rd. We can put them in a weekly post, and that gives you 2 weeks before the 8/5 meeting to review it. So if you have more questions about something you're seeing, I do appreciate the approach you took tonight, doing all the amendments, allowing us to collate all that, and then show you what we think we heard, and allow for you to process that. We'll commit to having that ready 7/23 in the weekly post and getting that out, and then that'll give you some time to digest it. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Madam Clerk, parting comments?
Just thank you again for earlier today and the evaluation. I appreciate it, and have a good evening.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, I want to say, Mr. Hale, I did enter this meeting thinking that I was going to vote for your amendment, but Mr. Farnoff actually convinced me, when he spoke, he actually convinced me that it was probably a better idea to not support it. So I just wanted to let you know that. And also, as Mike was mentioning, I'm working on some amendments. I guess, yeah. He called me out, but that's, I was going to mention it anyway. Yeah, he didn't mention names, but anyway, we are working on a way, first of all, sunset, so this doesn't continue indefinitely, that it would expire. And then, of course, as Mike said, unfortunately, according to Mr. No, the borough attorney, we cannot, Dr. No, we cannot dedicate a tax, but what we can do is we can direct the manager how to prepare his budget. And if every year when we renew a gas tax, if we also correspondingly direct him how to prepare his budget, then we can direct where that money goes. And I guess maybe Nick might want to interject something.
Well,
there.
just for everybody's information, it's kind of like the PFD. Remember, everybody thought the legislature had to give everyone the statutory PFD, and then one year the legislature said, no, we're gonna change where that money goes. Well, the governor still prepares his budget with a full PFD, and then the legislature changes it. So you can direct Mike to prepare the budget, but every future assembly will always have the power to change the allocation because you cannot dedicate it irrevocably. It's the same concept.
Yeah, and that
Sorry,
brings me, that
I
brings
needed
me,
to defend my Mr. No, my doctor, excuse me, my Dr. No. Thank you.
Yes, he is correct. We cannot bind future, yeah, as, of course, he's correct. We cannot bind future assemblies. But I also was going to, having staff prepare an amendment to exempt off-road equipment, which I think there's already in the ordinance. And then last but not least, we cannot bind future assemblies, but there was in the past a property tax cap. I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of people say, well, what are we doing about the property tax? We're adding a new tax, but we're not doing anything about the property tax. I'm also preparing, or I've already had, Nick, I chose not to run it before the budget to complicate things, but I'm preparing an ordinance to bring back the property tax cap. And so you guys will see that being introduced at the next meeting. And, oh yeah, and I'm looking for co-sponsors if anyone's interested in capping property taxes.
Assemblyperson Gamble, parting comments?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I just want to share a little bit of information that I got last week. I know the governor hasn't finalized the budget. We're coming quickly to the end of this fiscal year for the state. And in addition to robbing our PFD again and reducing how much they reimburse us for our school bond debt, they're also going to lower the amount of community revenue sharing for our community councils. I mean, we're used to getting somewhere between $15,000 and $16,000 a year for community councils, which go out and provide grants in the community. And I know in my district, our community councils have just done amazing things with that community sharing revenue that they get from the state. So it's going to go from about $15,500 a year down to around $5,000 a year to community councils. And I think it's just a shame and just another sign of our legislature that can't get their fiscal act together. So that's my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Fauna, parting comments?
Yeah, not the most pleasant ones, but the reality of it. No, I think this process, as messy as it was very well worth it. I think we went back and forth, and not everybody got what they thought of, but on the go, we did add some secondary amendment that were useful. And just because we need to understand, just because an expert thought it was a good idea and put it on the paper, that doesn't necessarily mean it will make sense if we're starting from clean slate and building a new city where it's no road and has been built. Then it makes sense to follow these guidelines, whether it's the mile intersection or quarter mile of the between a right in right out or things like that. But we're dealing with a very interesting section of the road, and to say that those experts had the best knowledge when they proposed that they're going to send 1,000 cars to go through an airport runway, that was a stupid idea. And that's when the pilot community came and speak up, and we corrected that. That's why we do need the input, and that's why when we see things, we need to be use common sense. We are put here for common sense, not to be just paper only. Yeah, ideally we want that. Ideally we want full PFD too, but that's not the reality. So with that said, I think as maybe back and forth that it was a good, yes, Ms. McKee, it is hard to follow at certain times, but we do have great staff that always helps us out during the process. I think maybe sponsor legislation to get an assistant for you or for us sometimes to follow, like, they have staffers in the Juno or whatever. But I'm saying just in general, sometimes things do get complicated, but at the end, I think we support each other and we get the result, and I'm proud of this meeting. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Hale, parting comments? Assemblyperson Hale, parting comments? Already, I'm sorry, I didn't call on you earlier. I should have called on you first so you could get to bed. So, okay, just a minute. Assemblyperson.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I accidentally hit the end call button instead of the unmute button.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your forbearance. And Mr. Sumner, I don't hold any grudge against you for voting against the amendment. It's quite all right. I do appreciate the rest of the assembly taking the time to reconsider the package and to consider my amendment, especially after a long night like tonight. So thank you all for your patience, and I hope everybody has a great 4th of July.
Thank you. Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner, did you have more parting comments?
Oh, I just wanted to add that I do believe that Tom is on the record saying that we are traffic planners and engineers.
I just want to tell Tim that he missed out on some great chicken enchilada. And thank you very much. That hit the spot. Appreciate that.
And can I just say one thing?
Sure.
Because I think maybe I've been misunderstood. I think everything that everybody said was a really good idea. I just think that it could have been put on paper, sent to all assembly members, given to these guys, so we could have gotten it back instead of, like I said, a hopscotch all over the place. Everything we did was good. I just think we could have done it in a way that was more concise, and they had a chance to look at it. So I hope you didn't misunderstand what I was trying to do there. Yeah.
Yeah. And to Ms. Mickey, that's the great thing about we are gonna have them prepare everything that we passed on
Yeah.
paper when they do it in August. We'll get to see, and at that time, if there's any small adjustments need to be made, we'll potentially be able to do it. And I think they will give that information to us well before that meeting. And if we'll have any additional things, we'll have chances to make any final corrections before we do pass. So yeah, we'll have that process too. But thank you for.
Yep.
I didn't think about it at the time if Tom was still here, and he'll probably listen to this later, but as far as I know, I think the two lights on the Palmer Wasilla were probably designed by an engineer. Good. By who created? Well, I think, it's sort of a give and take as far as I know. The people that live on these roads need somebody to be able to take their place and to come against, quote, what the professionals think is the best idea. And I think that's one of the things the assembly's elected to do, is to say, listen, I don't care, 7 engineers line up, that this is not working for our neighborhood, and that's what we're elected to do. So I have a note here, and I don't know who was supposed to do it. I'm sure the clerk will let you know. But just for your own information, on the meeting for the 15th of July at 4 o'clock, we will have a report on the port. So when you're working on your agenda, be sure you do that. And then also, and I'm sure the clerk already has it in her note, but keep August 2nd still open, because that's our strategic plan meeting. So, right, do we have that on there? Okay, so it's on the schedule, but just pointing it out for you. So with that,
And what time was
10:09,
that
we're
one?
adjourned.
At 4? They're both on the schedule, Madam Mayor.
Right, that's what I
Scared